Welcome to election night 2022. Republican Britt defeats Democrat Boyd in race for Republican-held U.S. seat in Alabama. Republican incumbent Rubio defeats the Democratic challenger of Miami. Republican Mullen defeats Democrat Kendra Horn in race for Republican-held U.S. Senate seat. Republican incumbent defeats Democratic challenger Madison Horn in race for Senate seat in Oklahoma, and Republican DeSantis wins re-election against Democratic Charlie Crist of Florida's governor race. Wow, we got lots of numbers that literally just came in. This is going to be a pretty interesting night, but so far it's been Republicans across the board cleaning up here. There was a lot of an expectation that we're going to see this. And obviously, this election night is a big deal because it is very likely to give us quite a divided government. And a divided government oftentimes is deemed beneficial for stocks. Which is great because, the government can't mess stuff up more than they already have. But let's go ahead and listen in to some of the polls as they start closing here. Let's listen in.
Richard Blumenthal in Connecticut has a lead in his home state. This one also too early to call.
Interesting. In Maryland, Senator Chris Van Hollen will win his race, defeating GOP candidate Chris Chafee. And we can also call the Alabama Senate race, where Republican Katie Britt is projected to win. She takes over the seat from Senator Shelby.
It looks pretty close there. You sure you're ready to call that?
Yeah, we're ready. Chief of staff. She was his chief of staff.
Two races in Oklahoma, both too early to call, but both Republican candidates lead at this point. In the first, James Lankford fighting for a second full term. And in the special election, Republican Markwayne Mullen is hoping to replace Senator Jim Inhofe.
All right, so let's take a look at the balance of power as we see it. 34-38. Again, the white are the ones we haven't yet called. Majority is 51. It stands now at 50-50. So we'll be tracking that all night. Moving to the governor's races in Florida, the Fox News decision desk projects GOP Governor Ron DeSantis will defeat Charlie Crist. Again, the margins here are eye-popping.
Wow.
We'll let Britt talk about all of that in just a bit.
It's such a crush. I mean, that's over by over 1 million votes. It's just destruction.
Tonight, and that'll have long-lasting ramifications that Britt will fill us in on in a moment. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania governor race. Josh Shapiro has a very strong lead there against Doug Mastriano. This one is also too early to call. There's 3% of the...
Let's go ahead and take a look at just getting sort of a balance, as they say, of power together right here so we can get caught up. So here's what we've got. We've got economy and inflation being obviously the big topics that almost every news agency is talking about. Obviously, I mean, those are the big issues right now. And inflation is really at the top of all of that, right? If inflation goes away, the economy is going to start booming again. So right now we've got, let's see here, full House results, full Senate results. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Senate results here, what we've got. So these are those reporting so far, or that are being called. And we do have a Republican, win. Okay, Oklahoma's being called, Alabama, South Carolina, Kentucky. Wow, that's a pretty nice margin there. Rand Paul kicking Charles Booker's, attempted takeover here. Rand Paul obviously being the incumbent. Let's see if we've had any flips. I want to start looking for flips. So you've got the incumbent over here. The little asterisk next to their name implies or suggests that they're the incumbent. So up in the Northeast, it looks like you've got mostly the Democratic control maintained that you had previously. Want to find flips. I think it's a little too early to see those yet. Over here, look at that in Alabama. I mean, that's just a crush for the Senate seat here, 75. Well, but then again, less than 1% of votes in. How are they calling it already, I wonder? We'll see. Anyway, okay. How's their forecast here? Let's see. Let's get set up. And then we've got the House. Okay, so here the New York Times is barely actually calling any of these. These polls are just getting started to close. Really, Florida is where we're starting to get the actual numbers in yet. wonder if we can get a little bit closer in on Florida here on the Times, or we'll pop on over. Yeah, there we go. Times usually does a pretty decent job. So let's pull up the Florida map, see what we got here. Florida. All right. So the election results for Florida. Let's take a dive here. So I grew up, by the way, in Broward County. Broward County is Marco Rubio's district. And in this section, it actually looks like you've got a Democratic flip here. You've got, that's very interesting. Look at that. You got Marco Rubio. Is he going to lose his seat? Hold on a sec. This is sorry, this is just Broward County, right? Because hold on. Let me get everything straight here. Marco Rubio is not losing a seat. He is not only very likely to win for the state. This is for the state seat. This is the Senate, not the House. Let's make that very clear. It's just that in Broward County, he apparently doesn't get many votes, as well as in Palm Beach County. But the rest of the state, he's cleaning up very, very clearly. So you've got, let's see, most of these areas reporting over 50% of the votes in already. Miami used to be pretty Democratic. And you've got a flip over here in Miami. That's what's actually quite interesting. Here, you could see Marco Rubio is at 53%. That's a pretty nice margin there for Marco Rubio. Now you've got 7% of a margin towards a Republican, which what you've previously had in Miami was substantially larger margins for Democrats. So you've got that flip here, because that whole South Florida area, I used to remember when I grew up as a child, this was generally a lot more blue. This has become a lot more red. You've got Tampa over here as well. 53, 46, similar margins to Miami. Orlando area going blue. Though statewide with 76% of the votes in, Marco Rubio is polling at 55.6 seats. And that's on Senate. Let's swing to, we saw DeSantis win, or those results just came out at 5, and that was expected. Let's pop in over here for a moment. Let's just see what we got.
Take over the conversation tomorrow, no matter what the rest of the night holds. This is a huge sea change. And as Dana said, as Carl remembers, this is a situation that I think we could never have anticipated even a few years ago. To see Miami-Dade come in the way that it did, it just is an indictment.
Well, they're even talking about Miami.
Just the other side, but of the White House's approach to this election. If you were focused on issues that were on social media, issues like abortion, guns, climate, etc., I think you lost the forest for the trees. You were paying attention to issues that might matter to your progressive base online, but they're not present at the kitchen table.
Something that I was reading a little bit this morning was actually that older individuals and men weren't really showing up for Democrats this time around. And that's a demographic Democrats were really hoping would come out and be inspired by, for example, the potential abortion overturn via the Supreme Court, and how that's now essentially been sent over to the states. Roe v. Wade, something that was deemed untouchable, getting overturned. And now the decision to allow abortion or not, again, being sent to the states. And so a lot of Democrats thought that was going to be a tool for turning out everyone in the party, whether those are older individuals or those are men. And both of those did not come out under the abortion cause. So that just wasn't enough. And it really seems like what people care most about right now, as we see just everywhere, is just inflation. And I don't believe, and we're seeing this in the results here, I don't believe markets or the polls, the way the polls are coming in, are suggesting that there's much faith in Democrats' complete control and their ability to actually handle the inflation crisis that we're facing. Let's keep listening here.
But we take his congressional seat with what is the growing trend for Republican candidates, female, Hispanic, veteran, huge.
Well, you haven't mentioned the former president, but you do use his terminology.
I live in Florida now, and And back when he was
Okay, I've got a few more updates coming in. Republican wins House seat in Florida's 13th, flipping the district. Okay, we got a flip in Florida. Just came in seconds ago. You've got a House seat flip. That already gives Republicans up one here. Well, another one. You've got, that is the Anna Paulina Luna winning the House seat in Florida's 13th district, flipping the district. Then you've got Blumenthal, Republican incumbent, Democratic incumbent Blumenthal defeating Republican challenger. So did not get that Senate seat flip in Connecticut for Republicans. Democratic incumbent Duckworth defeats Republican challenger for the Senate seat in Illinois. Republican incumbent defeats Democratic challenger Madison Horn. These are AP calls right now, or AP projections. Let's see. Okay. Gold steadies near 1 month peak ahead of U.S. inflation data. Inflation data coming out Thursday morning, 5:30 a.m. We'll be live for that, obviously.
As the Congresswoman from Florida, former police chief from Orlando, it's not close. And in some of these counties, it's equal or greater than DeSantis' spread. Okay, let's head over to Bill Hemmer, back where we stand so far tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to stir the pot here in a little bit, so give me a moment, okay? I just
All
want
right.
to set it up the right way, and then you guys can all have a stab at it when we're done here, okay? Talking about Florida, I don't want to overlook it. Keep in mind, when we began this night, okay, Republican leadership thought they had to flip four seats in Florida, right? Or pick up four, okay? So you had Florida 4 called for Republicans, Florida 7 called for Republicans. Kellyanne beat me to it. This is Florida 13 right here. This is Anna Paulina Luna, about 99% in. She's going to win based on this right here. So that would be a flip. That is Charlie Crist's old C2 right now is being defeated by Ron DeSantis at the governor's level. I would also point your attention to Florida 15. So this is just east of Tampa. All right, right now, and Laura Lee, who used to work for Ron DeSantis, is now leading Cone easily now, about 96% in. That is what they call a new open seat. Based on the census, Florida gained a seat, and Republicans are going to pick up there as well. The point I'm making here is that if you needed 4, you got 4. Now the question is, can your incumbents all across the country hang on? And I'm going to end this report with one thought on there. But before I leave Florida, just want to show you what's happening here, okay? So this is Rubio, all right? And this is Rubio and Miami-Dade. Let me get this set up the right way. Okay, sorry, clear that. Boom, 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 boom. We're at Miami-Dade. Rubio is at 53.4. Remember?
That was a big spread. We just talked about that as well. I want to point this out. This election is not really getting great turnout. The New York Board of Elections, at least, suggests that we're at only about 67% of the turnout, at least in their area, that we had in 2018. Now, who knows? Maybe a lot of people out of the New York City, this New York City to clarify, I don't know, left. Did people leave and not come back after COVID? But the New York City Board of Elections says about 1.4 million voters have been to a polling station, down from 2.1 million in 2018. However, there are still a few hours left. So who knows? Maybe that could change a little bit.
So now there are 2 other candidates on the ticket. That are
Okay, Edison Research projects that Republicans have picked up a net 3 House seats previously held by Democrats, with 375 out of 435 races not called yet.
or maybe you keep below that margin and don't come out a winner. But I just want to share this with the audience. Here is Walker statewide at about 30%, at 43%. Now here is Kemp and Abrams. So again, you see the difference, right? 47.4, and he's right around 43. So he stayed at that margin, guys, of about 4 to 4.5, no more than 5. But there was a separation of about 4.5 points between what Kemp is doing and the governor's race and what Herschel Walker is doing in the Senate race. And maybe in the end that matters. So just keeping an eye on that. Now, I mentioned these incumbents, and I'm going to come back to this right here just to complete the play, as we say. I'll come back to the Senate in a moment here. Remember, Republicans are trying to hang on to their incumbents. Otherwise, all the gains you're making in Florida don't matter. This is Ohio 1. That's my hometown. That's Cincinnati. Steve Chabot, he is a political cockroach in all the best sense, in that He wins races that people don't expect him to win. They chopped up his district. They gave him a big part of the city of Cincinnati. This district really runs against him. And with about a third of the vote in, he is trailing. So if Greg Landsman holds on and beats Steve Schabba, that would be one of those flips now that
I'm going to just throw in here that Democrats have gotten 2 more governor seats. Looks like Democrats are winning the governor seats in Maryland and Massachusetts. Those were previously Republican moderate seats. So moderate Republicans were sitting those. Those are now flipped to Dem.
and Cleveland. I could go on for about 3 more hours, but my time is up because they told me to wrap 3 times. Back to you guys.
We'll be back to you shortly.
We'll be talking Ohio.
All right, so let's go to Tucker Carlson.
You've got some folks now saying Florida is no longer looking like a swing state.
A big Florida resident. You have, spend a lot of time there. We've got double-digit wins for the governor, Ron DeSantis, and also Marco Rubio, and a huge night when you look at what has transformed in Miami-Dade County. What are you thinking, Tucker?
Well, I think it's Miami-Dade County that really jumps out at you. DeSantis lost it by a lot 4 years ago. He's winning it pretty solidly, it looks like right now. So what you're looking at is a realignment of voters. And I really think we're undervaluing the extent to which BLM, the Democratic Party going all in for the Black Lives Matter movement in the summer of 2020, really moved Hispanic voters to the Republican side. I think it shows up in polling results. Nobody wants to say it, but it's absolutely immediate.
Republicans just flipped Florida's 7th district.
I mean, if tomorrow morning we wake up and these numbers in Miami-Dade and Texas are real, and possibly in Arizona, then I think you're looking at really a different Democratic coalition.
What do you make of the numbers, Tucker, that we're seeing out of Pennsylvania, that Senate race is really, really close, and it could be a long time before we call it?
Okay, apparently Elon Musk has been selling some shares of Tesla, breaking. This is actually quite interesting. Just got a note on this. Let me see if I can get the SEC filing, but I just got a notification that Elon is apparently selling some Tesla. What are you selling, Elon? Let's find out. I'm going to try to get some answers on exactly some details on that, but it does look like Musk has reported some sales of Tesla stock.
These are Dominion voting machines, but it almost doesn't matter. Electronic voting machines didn't allow people to vote, apparently. And that, whatever you think of it, the cause of it, it shakes people's faith in the system. That is an actual threat to democracy. And it points up the core problem, which is we're not really very serious about democracy if we're using electronic voting machines or if we're not requiring photo ID to vote. We could have secure elections. We don't, because a small number of people don't want them. But until we do, you're going to have these moments where everybody in the country fears volatility because one side doesn't believe the result is real. And you've seen it on both sides. I mean, you saw yesterday Democrats suggesting that electronic voting machines could.
Okay, it looks like the Elon Musk sales were on the 4th of November. A lot of sales on the 4th of November. I'm trying to get these blown up here so I can get you a screenshot of these. It looks like Elon Musk sold shares between 215, really all the way down to 203. Yeah, let's see here. All right, I got him. This is quite a bit. It doesn't give us a. I'm gonna try to add these all up manually, but we do have Musk selling shares of Tesla on the 4th of November. That means we might have more share sales getting disclosed over the next few days here. This is quite interesting. Elon Musk sold shares of Tesla November 4th. More sales likely to be reported over the next few days. All right, let's add this up really quick. So let's see what we got here. Wasn't expecting to cover this on election night. A kind of interesting timing, but we do want to do a quick little summary here of how many shares were sold, and I want you to be able to see that as well. So let's do this together really quick. Here we go. Quick add up here. We have 485, 578. You've got 998, 114. You could probably just copy and paste this, but honestly, It's going to be quicker, I think, just to write this out. 2-6. Oh, or not. Can't see it. There we go. Elon. No wonder the darn thing has been crashing. There we go. It's because he's selling. 86528, 997, 997, 104, 148, 678. People thought he was going to close before or sell more shares before the Twitter acquisition, but it looks like he dumped right afterwards. So let's just quickly get this added up here, and then we'll go back to election results. I just want to see how many shares. 93045, and then we have one more. Give me one sec. Yeah, here we go. All right. There it is. Last sales were here. 90493, 196, 661, 249, 580, 244, 561. So this adds up to, quickly, come on, it's formula. Where'd they move the formula? There it is. He sold 9.6 million shares. If the average was about, let's say, about 207, that would work out to about $2 billion. $2 billion about worth of sales. That's remarkable. So, all right, we'll come back to this.
Help us serve the people of you.
Let's flip around here. All right, Fox. Let's see what CNN's got to say.
So let's go back to 2020 and let's look at the presidential race. Come with me here. The presidential race. When Donald Trump comes, they go here. You see why?
Yeah.
Right? So Latrobe, Westmoreland County, that's where Oz is standing in front of Trump's plane with Trump, trying to turn out vote because he needs to run it up in Trump country, Pennsylvania. Where was he last night? He was over here. Come down from Allentown, you come down here. He was in Pennsburg, which is right here, just south of Lehigh County, about 25 miles from Doylestown, which is the county seat of Bucks County, right? So let's go back to the Senate race when, in 2016, when Pat Toomey, who has this Senate seat, won re-election, right? He lost Montgomery County, but again, the margins. Look at that, right? Look at the margins there for Pat Toomey. Very same year in the presidential race. Look at the margins for Hillary Clinton, right? So Pat Toomey was much more competitive in the suburbs than Donald Trump back in 2018, and Pat Toomey won Bucks County, right? We don't have any votes in Bucks County yet. Watch this one tonight. If Mehmet Oz can keep this one, this is the more blue collar of the suburban collars. You know this better than I do. Of the collar counties of Montgomery, right around Philadelphia, Montgomery County, Bucks County, you come down here as well to Delaware County, and you come back here just to look.
I keep telling you, it's Delco.
Delco, right. I said that last time because you told me to on television, and Twitter loved it. But you come back to the results now of where we are. This is very early. But this is where we're going to watch.
Yeah.
It's going to be right here.
Absolutely.
Can Oz win or run about even here? And can he get closer here than Donald Trump did against Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden? Because this is why, right here, is why Joe Biden won the Commonwealth. Hillary Clinton just lost it, and Joe Biden won it right here.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, again, as we're looking in Georgia, the ticket splitting. It'll be interesting to see the people that vote for the Attorney General, Josh Shapiro, who's a Democrat, but then cross the aisle and vote for, this is what county?
I just switched it over.
This is just the state. Okay.
This is.
We obviously we do not expect this to be the result, but it will be interesting to see how many people vote for Shapiro and then vote for Oz for Senate, because that will be a phenomenon as well, like the reverse of what we're seeing in Georgia.
Yeah, and that will be, we will look here and we will look up here, Northampton County, Luzerne County, Lehigh County, and then the Philadelphia suburban counties to see if you get ticket splitting in the governor's race, like we're beginning to see in Georgia, and we'll see if we see it when we get more results in Ohio. But that race, the governor's race there is called.
My mom's from North Carolina. Can we check that out?
We have to come to Senate.
It looks like Elon has a second filing. That's up to 19.5 million shares of Tesla.
3 to 45.
You got to figure most of this is still early vote.
Right. Yes, it's disproportionately. Now, if you're a Democrat looking at this map, you're saying, okay, Mecklenburg County, that's number one. We're running it up. That's great. It's 50% of the vote. The challenge for Ted Budd is he's not going to win Mecklenburg County. The challenge is to narrow that margin some because it's the #1 county. It's almost 11% of the state population. This is Charlotte, and then up here again, suburbs, and you get to more. It gets more exurban as it goes out. That's why it gets more competitive, right? In here, it's blue, but the Democrats do well in the close-in suburbs. If you went precinct by
It's all the
precinct.
margins because
You
she's
get
going to
more.
have to do better
Right.
in that county.
Right, you get more red out there. So then you come up to Raleigh. This is where Democrats have high hopes about North Carolina. Why? Because they win the African American vote, they win younger voters, and they win college educated voters. And you have the research triangle up here,
Right.
which is why Democrats keep saying we're going to flip North Carolina. We're going to make it a blue state as opposed to a leans red state. Even though it has a Democratic governor right now, you would say it leans red. And she's running up that's 67% right there, running it up in Durham. This is the 6th largest of the 100 counties in North Carolina. So you're looking at a very competitive race as it comes in. I would just wait. We're at 53% now. Let's see if that number holds up when we get above 60.
Let's bring in David.
Nintendo shares slump after Switch sales. Projection is cut.
Seeing here in North Carolina and what we're not seeing, David.
Yeah, Jake, your presumption about this being a lot of early vote is correct. I want to show you here. Sherry Beasley obviously now has 1.1 million votes in this race to Ted Budd's 971,000 votes. We've got 53% of the vote in. The estimated vote is in. How much of this is pre-election early vote? 96%. And as we've been talking about, the pre-election early vote, absentee vote, that tends to favor Democrats. Democrats participate in that early voting in more robust numbers than Republicans. At the end of the day, we think in North Carolina, only 55% is going to be pre-election vote. So right now, most of what you're seeing there is pre-election vote. I just want to show you this one other board that we can break down the different kinds of votes. So among male voters, Sherry Beasley has a 46 percentage point lead over Ted Budd, and there's still about a quarter of the male vote to be counted. Early in person, she has a much narrower lead, 6.2%, and most of that is already in what you're looking at. But look at where Ted Budd's campaign is focused on right now. He has a 37.6% lead on Election Day vote, and 95.6% of it still is waiting to be counted, Jake. So,
all right, we're going to pull down on this. Pennsylvania, let's see here. Slower to recover from the pandemic, higher level of unemployment. Just trying to get some, see if we get some results coming in here. Democrat wins in Massachusetts. First woman and, Maura Haley is the first woman and openly gay governor to win Massachusetts. That just came in. Alabama Republican Katie Britt was elected to the seat her retiring ex-boss is giving up after 36 years. One thing to note about Florida, if you remember, and I just see so much talk about Florida here. One of the things to remember about Florida is Florida's DeSantis was probably one of the first governors to really push for no vaccine mandates and actually just being open for a lot of the pandemic relative to like California, which was locked down for a lot, substantially longer. Some gave him, therefore, the nickname Death Santes, as they attributed the more lax COVID policies to COVID deaths. Obviously, a lot of that ends up getting debated, and we can compare per cap statistics. Might do that. But let me see if I have some other updates here. Okay, not quite yet. Let's listen in here for a moment.
The Allegheny County, the old Connor Lamb district. You know, you could see this really playing out, I think, in a way that could prove very beneficial for Republicans in the House.
Yeah. And again, you're seeing the impact of the last 2 years, whether it's the Black Lives Matter movement or COVID, and you're seeing this enormous change in the state of Florida. I think about a cover of the New York Post a month or so ago, 50,000 people, leaving New York. So that's going to be interesting when we look at the New York vote and see what happened, when those disgruntled people all left. That may be a factor in the
Follow me to
governor's race.
freedom.
94%.
We are 38 seconds away from some next race calls and awaiting results from key battleground states. we, as you see, are getting raw vote totals added to our Fox News voter analysis, which enables us and the decision desk to make some of these calls. We are also tracking a lot of these House races. Remember, Republicans need 5 to take control, and it's looking like a good night for the Republicans as we look at it now across the country, but we're going to be following it throughout the night. Here we go. The countdown is on. 8 seconds to the next calls on the East Coast and one place where a governor's race is probably going to be called. 8:30 on the East Coast, 7:30 in Arkansas, where polls are now closed in the Senate race there.
We can project that Senator John Boozman will return to the upper chamber for a 3rd term, defeating Democrat Natalie James.
Meanwhile, Republican candidate and former White House press secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders is projected to win the governor's race. She replaces term-limited Republican Governor Asa Hutchinson. And obviously, Sarah Sanders, known well here.
Former press secretary at the White House.
And the former governor of Arkansas.
Yeah, she did not have any problem winning that race. It's a huge win for Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas tonight, and just a couple of races that we got in there. And we're waiting for more of these poll numbers to come in and more raw vote to come in as well. We want to go to Grady Trimble. Let's go to Grady Trimble. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is standing by. He is at Senator Ron Johnson's campaign headquarters. This is a race we haven't really talked about yet tonight. He's in Keena, Wisconsin, as Ron Johnson tries to seek another term in the Senate. Hi, Grady.
Hi, Martha. Senator Ron Johnson told us this evening he's feeling cautiously optimistic about his chances in this race, but no doubt it's going to be a close one between the Republican incumbent and his progressive challenger, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. I spoke to voters in Oshkosh today who were voting at the same polling place where Johnson cast his ballot this morning, and every single one of them told me their number one issue is inflation and the economy. And Johnson blames Barnes and Democrats for higher prices, as well as a rise in crime in some of Wisconsin's largest cities. But Barnes is going to be counting on voters in those cities, specifically Milwaukee and Madison, to carry him tonight. And in the governor's race between Democratic Governor Tony Evers and Republican businessman Tim Michels, very prominent in the Badger State, that could be even closer than the Senate race. Polls here in Wisconsin close in about 30 minutes, Brett and Martha, but this is not a state that's known for quick vote counts, so it could be a long one here and for all of the campaigns that we're following tonight.
Grady, thank you. We'll check back with you a little bit later tonight.
Over to Colorado now. Democratic Senator Michael Bennet, the incumbent, is hoping to fend off a challenge from Republican.
I'm going to jump on over here just to get us the answer on what I was talking about regarding COVID handling in California versus Florida. I think it's quite interesting. Take a look at it here. This is the COVID-19 death toll since January 2020 per 100,000 people per age group. And when you divide the number of deaths in Florida by those in California, what you actually notice is fewer old people died in Florida than in California. However, substantially more younger individuals died in Florida relative to California, though these numbers are much smaller, right? I mean, you can't really count, one death per 1,000 over here and see a multiple. So I would really jump to probably here, the 35 to 40 group, about 33% more deaths in Florida, 45 to 50 group, about 15% more deaths. But look at the numbers for COVID deaths per 100,000 over here for the higher ages. And for the higher age group, where you have substantially larger numbers, you actually had less deaths in Florida per 100,000 than in California. That's pretty remarkable. You'd think that you would see some kind of really substantial difference in the two different policies, but you actually really didn't see that. I recommend you take a screenshot of that as well. I'm taking a screenshot. I think that's pretty interesting because, a 5% difference there on 3,000 on the highest age group there, 85 plus, 3,029 minus 2,876. That's 153 more deaths in California than in Florida per every 100,000. I mean, that already wipes out all of the 1 to 44 age group, right? It wipes out all of that. So you're really only talking about these age groups here, 45 to 85. And I couldn't tell you that Florida's, policies were by any means substantially worse here than in California, based on these numbers, at least. Assuming these numbers are correct, this is in a Bloomberg piece here. So, but a fascinating chart, and I think this is something that's going to come up a lot in the 2024 presidential election. Yeah, and these are COVID deaths, right, per 100,000. So it's population agnostic when you do per 100,000. Population doesn't matter in that case. So quite interesting. All right. Older Floridians are different from their peers in California in that so many of them are from other states and retired to Florida with warm weather. These transplants are on balance surely more active and affluent than stay-in-state retirees and can afford better medical care. Aha, quite an interesting potential difference, that you have a more active group of elderly potential people in Florida. Because if you're older, Florida's the place to go. I used to live in Florida. I really like Florida. Hurricane just canceled my flight to Florida, though. Dang it. Hurricane Nicole, apparently. All right, let's see what other results we're getting here on election night.
In Ohio, that is a red-leaning state.
He's run a campaign, and the race is not over, so I'm going to say Rand. He's run a campaign on...
China's October CPI just came out, by the way. Inflation 2.1% in China, month over month, 0.1%. However, food CPI is up 7%. Non-food is only up 1.1% in China. So if you don't want inflation, China's the place to be, I guess.
I would even argue Republicans for how you run to represent everyday hardworking Americans. Kellyanne talked about the relief that Biden wants to give to student loan forgiveness. I would happen to agree with you. I don't think that was the right thing to do. Tim has said that. Tim has said that he doesn't believe that Joe Biden should run again in 2024. You're not finding a lot of Republicans who are saying whom they want to run or not run, and you're certainly not finding Democrats say that. I push back just a little bit on something my friend Tucker said about Black Lives Matter. I don't know how that matters in this campaign at all. I think the reason they were doing so well in Florida is because Ron DeSantis got schools back open, he got bridges built, he got people back in their homes, he got electricity back going. You could be blue in running this country. You could be yellow in running this country and get elected and reelected on those issues. Furthermore, Hispanic voters, they want us to talk about economic growth and helping their kids be better in their lives than they have been in theirs here in America. That's what Democrats have to get back to. And finally, Democrats win or lose tonight, we have to reset. The liberal-leaning, left-leaning people in our party, they may have good intentions, but their ability to implement, let alone come up with good proposals, has proved lacking. And tonight, I think we're going to see more and more of that kind of result.
You know, Carl, I'm looking at Ohio as well here, and maybe we can get a look at where the vote is still outstanding. And it's interesting. We did a town hall discussion with Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance just about a week ago. And one of the things that Tim Ryan has complained about is that the party abandoned him and that he was not given the money that he needed to run this race because he had distanced himself a lot from Joe Biden, and also because they thought they didn't have a chance in Ohio.
Yeah, look.
By the way, so far it looks like the S&P futures are trading slightly positive following some of these wins in Florida for Republicans.
Would not be involved in.
Do also some things that I think are just sort of worth tracking as we go around. It does look like Pennsylvania is a big goal for Democrats. So I would write down that a Democratic goal is a Pennsylvania win. And they want to, let's see, what do we have here? Here's a note also suggesting keeping Ron Johnson in Wisconsin and then holding the other seats. So Ron Johnson, Wisconsin, win Pennsylvania, and hold the other seats. That would get you 52 seats. And then ideally, according to this here, It would, as they say, neutralize Sinema and Manchin. I don't know if they're going to pull that off. We'll see. Obviously, it looks like the House is leaning towards flipping with somewhere around, I believe PredictIt was reporting somewhere around a 95% chance. Let's see, though. PredictIt, we had the CEO on the channel. They're pretty cool because compared to regular polls, people are actually putting money where their mouth is. We'll see what comes in.
This is a big Republican.
But tonight, interviewed on television, asked about the candidates that he'd endorsed. Mr. Trump said, quote, this is a quote. I've seen the video. He said this, quote, well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit. If they lose, I should not be blamed at all. He was kidding.
Can I just say something about Ohio, though? Ohio has a Democratic senator in Sherrod Brown. He gets reelected pretty handily. And that's not ticket splitting so much as they go for people who talk about their issues. If Tim Ryan is the future of the Democratic Party and the roadmap, Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Look at this PredictIt map. This is really interesting. And I want to compare to see how right this ends up being. Which party will win the House in 2022? 92 cents Republican. Obviously, this doesn't add up to 100 here, but 92% likely Republican, 8-ish% Democratic. Interesting. Senate control is a lot more split. Democrats, though, only sitting with about a 40% chance per PredictIt and their poll models. Let's see if they had Florida in here, since it would be quite interesting to see what these folks were betting. Wisconsin, that's the one we want to pay attention to as well. Ron Johnson, is he going to lose his seat? Presidential nominee for the GOP. These are some bets going forward to 2024. Anything on Florida? Karen Bass, 84% chance to win versus the Republican in the LA mayoral election. We'll see what happens there. That's going to be one to watch. Let's see if I can find Florida at all. Just FL. Here we go. Which party will win the Florida Senate race? 99% likely Republican. And look at that. Well, I think what happens is after the results come out, people trade it to guarantee. Let me see if that's the case. Sometimes you can kind of track a little. Some of these, they have charts where you can sort of track what the market was thinking. NASDAQ futures up about 0.5% now, by the way. Let's go back in over here.
They've been voting for Democrats for 50 years, and they crossed over to vote for Donald Trump. And that was really the first sign that night when I was watching this thing. Heck, I'll take you back there. Well, no, this is 2020. And you see what Trump did. These are border.
Oh, yeah. Just quickly, look at this. 96% chance for DeSantis the entire time. So that was pretty much, that hasn't changed.
Ashtabula, you see where he is. He was 60% for Trump. Down here in Trumbull County, he's better than 50% there. And Mahoning County, which is Youngstown, it's tighter, but still he came out a victor there in Mahoning County, Columbiana. Not as many voters there, but still 71%. So come back here now to what year are we in? 2022, he said. And okay, so this is how it's breaking down, all right? So up in the same part of the state that I just showed you, you see how blue it is, okay? Let's just go in here and see how many, okay, you're at a quarter of the votes. Ryan has a slight lead there. You're at a third of the vote here. He's 60% there. Nothing from Mahoning. Let's pop over here. Just
one quick
Portage
thing.
County.
Is DeWine winning those counties?
Great question. Let me check that. I haven't gone there.
So far, with 7% of the votes in, Democrat Fetterman in Pennsylvania has a large early lead. Only 7% of the votes in, but it's like 80-20 here in terms of results.
Stark County. DeWine won in Stark County. This is like Tim Ryan's. That's where he's from, right? He's at 56%. So
all right, we're going to keep digging
breaking in northeastern Ohio. You got it.
We'll dig into it. Thank you. We love that. No, that was beautiful. You know Ohio.
Brilliant.
It was brilliant.
On it.
Even Dana likes it. All right, ahead, results from key Florida House races. We can call now Maria Salazar. This is Florida 27. She is a winner down there in Florida. And the balance of power in the House, We can take a look at it, and it's a big win. I mean, it's not small. You can see 34-19. We're going to be ticking through all of these seats again. The majority is 218. We have a lot of white to take care of there. Red, blue.
Lots to fill in. We got all night.
Keep
Be
it
right
here.
back.
All right, we'll flip. Oh, I always go the wrong way. There we go. We'll flip back and forth a little bit between the two.
Arizona. That's coming up after a break. Stay with us.
Okay, they also have a break. All right, no problem. We'll keep flipping. We got plenty of things. We're not gonna do
Stamps.com
forensic
saves
files.
you money with
No,
great.
no. Here we go.
Just
Although I do love forensic files.
what amount to small kind of normal distortions in the electoral process over the course of the day into something that seems more nefarious than it is.
Yeah, it's the second thing, Rachel. With this stuff, they take a grain of truth, which is, there were a couple of vote tabulation boxes that were malfunctioning, and they took a video of a person announcing this to the group. They said basically, just wait in line or put it in that third box, and we'll deal with it later. They will be adjudicated. They will be hand counted at the end of the day. But that wasn't enough for some people on the internet who had to then wildly hypothesize about what was really going on with the ballots, because that's what goes on in this space. You got to remember the backdrop of this, Rachel, which is that there is this very big documentary in the pro-Trump internet called, by the way, we should put documentary in quotes there. There is a film called 2000 Mules by Dinesh D'Souza that alleges very ridiculously that there are what he calls mules, people dropping off things into ballot boxes and all of these things, fake votes all throughout the country. It's been widely and continuously discredited and debunked. A good one from this weekend was from John Oliver, if you want to watch one of those. That is really taken hold in an underground.
All right, this guy's a little exhausting, honestly. I'm gonna go jump with y'all. Let's do a little bit of a peek. Oh, I know they're not the most loved by everyone, but they do have a pretty decent tracker here, the NYT. So really, big ServiceNow ad. All right, so what do we got over here? So let's look at how who remembers the needles? The needles. Oh my gosh. Remember this? When did we do this? This was January, isn't it 21? I think it was January 21. We were doing this with Georgia. Anyway, so chance of Senate control is actually about to lean towards Dems, but still in the toss-up territory. And according to NYT, we're at about a 75% chance of House control for Republicans. Now, that's very different from what we see on the predicted model. The predicted model has about a 92% chance of Republican control of the House. And if we go to predictit.org, we'll let that load. Their website is just getting hammered right now. It takes forever to load. The House control was about 60%. So you do have about, it somewhat aligns with what we're seeing on these, although the Republican control, the Senate control was a little bit more of a toss-up, just like what we're seeing over here. Let's get the actual numbers. Which party will win the Senate? Oh, look, they've updated their front here. So this is predicted. Let's actually get the elections, though, rather than this. Here we go. So GOP Senate seats after midterm. This is a number. 50 or 51. Let's see. Who will control the Senate here? So right now, the trade for Senate control is 64 cents. I'll write that in. So we're going to write this down for predicted. So we've got 60 as of, because this changes minute by minute. As of 5:48 Eastern or Pacific time, we're at 64 cents Republican for the House. I'm sorry, for the Senate. I keep messing those up. And then the House, 92 cents right now for Republican. I wonder if that's moved after those wins in Florida. And we can look at this by peeking at the chart and see if we can get a little bit of insight once it loads. Predicted is getting, again, slammed. It's actually kind of fun placing bets over here, but there's a limit to how much you can bet. I think it's like $800 or something like that at a time. All right, so the odds here, if anything, the odds have actually increased a little bit that Democrats would have a little bit. You've got some betting over the last few days that has pushed Dems up a little bit and Republicans down a little bit. but it's been pretty consistent, around 90% likely to be a Republican-controlled House per predicted. Jump over here again, Senate forecast in detail. Really, estimated Senate seats right now sitting at 50-50. Now we're looking at some of the more potentially split races over here. These are the key Senate races. Chance of Senate control still sitting at 62% for for Democrats. Oh, that's interesting, because predicted has the opposite. So we'll see who's right. The New York Times will predict it, and when we go to House, again leaning 76% chance of Republican control. All right, let's listen in a little more over here.
Some of these election officials, the level of security they now have to have in place. In Arizona, they have plastic jersey barriers, big plastic barriers around the elections office. They have plain clothes police officers. They said they were going to have them at every polling site. I mean, this is the harvest, right, of the seeds sown by Trump.
And if you are wondering how all those, as Joy put it, those election deniers from the top to the bottom of the ballot in Arizona are doing, we don't know yet, because polls are still polls are still open in Arizona. They close in about 10 minutes. And so we're going to take a quick break here so we can come back, get you those poll closings right at the top of the hour.
We don't take breaks around here. We'll go to forensic files. No, there we go. Jumping over here.
Republican Mehmet Oz are in a very tight race. Now, Fetterman has been actively reaching out specifically to white non-college voters, hoping to win them over. But as you can see, a majority of them are actually choosing Oz at this point in our analysis. Fetterman supporters, on the other hand.
Interesting. Warnock right now is down to 50.5%. That's a Democrat. He's only at 50.5% in Georgia. He's got to get at least 50% to avoid a runoff. So that got really tight. Let's see if I can get some more numbers on that.
Their votes are going to be counted accurately. 7 in 10 say they feel good about that. Less than a third have their concerns. Now, turning back to our national results, this is an unsettling finding. Nearly 6 in 10 think life for the next generation of Americans is actually going to be worse than life today. And that's a pretty gloomy electorate for incumbents. A whole lot more to come in just minutes.
Shannon, thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Let's go to.
Yeah, take a peek at this. Here's the Georgia map. Atlanta and its surrounding area, obviously pretty blue. Warnock is from Savannah. But look at this, folks. I mean, Herschel Walker is at 48%. And Warnock is at basically 50.5%. So looking at the votes, we're only, and this is where you look and you go, wow, like every vote actually does matter. Look at that spread. We're talking about 38,000 votes here, approximately a 38,000 vote difference. If this Chase Oliver guy, the libertarian dude, weren't taking 36,000 votes, maybe it'd be closer. But Warnock's barely got a lead over Herschel Walker. Wow, that's incredible. Somebody here says they'd love to hear my take as to why I don't trust Binance. You know, if you watch a video that I just posted on the channel about 2 hours ago, and you go to about the last 12 minutes of the video, you'll see exactly why I don't trust Binance, because I go into detail. I go through a report that makes me nervous. It's just one report. It could be wrong. But it was a collection of a lot of information on Binance. I thought it was actually a very good report. So I'd recommend watching that. I also recommend you get life insurance in as little as 5 minutes by going to metkevin.com/life. Did you know you could Apple Pay or Android Pay for it? It's so convenient. Lauren and I have it. We Apple Pay for it and Android Pay for it. I actually have both. I've got an Android. I'm like a 1 month user of an Android now. I'm still an Apple person, but I'm on both teams now. Anyway, all right, let's keep getting to election coverage.
By Tim, supported a lot of borrowing and spending, throwing fuel on the fire, which has caused the price of everything to go up. Now, we have to remember, Biden said that he wouldn't raise taxes on the middle class. But if you're a family right now dealing with the grocery prices and the energy prices, certainly you feel like your taxes have gone up a lot because the cost of living a good life in this country has gone up a lot.
So you can see Republicans gave that an A, independents a B, while Democrats an F. I think Republicans and independents really agree that inflation is an issue. Democrats are saying it's not just here in the United States, it's a global issue. We can't address it here. It's not necessarily.
Yeah, and I know from talking with our audience tonight that feels like abdication. It feels like the Democrats aren't necessarily hearing the message and coming up with a policy to match it. All right, let's move. We'll keep hearing directly from voters tonight. Right now, let's go back to Brett and Martha.
Harris, thank you so much. Let's bring in our panel again. We want to look at the state of North Carolina. Those numbers are still filtering in. Bill's going to put it up on the board. But Kellyanne, you were talking to some folks about the early vote there, not only there, but across the country, and what that means for Democrats.
Yes, and as we've seen everywhere, Brett, the early vote really favors Democrats. They're overperforming the early vote. And I think if you're motivated to vote against Republicans or for the Democrats, in North Carolina, you can start pretty early. It's unclear if the Democrats have cannibalized their Election Day vote. They say that Ted Budd is up about 83,000 on Election Day and should make up the difference, but this is tighter than some people expected. Chuck Schumer, I think, as my friend Harold Ford Jr. mentioned.
All right, AP update on the Senate. Georgia, Democrat Warnock barely leads Republican Walker, 50.5% to 47.8%. We just saw that. Only 43% of the vote counted, though. In Ohio, Tim Ryan leads Republican Vance 55 to 47. That's a House seat. Remember Tim Ryan? I reposted one of his TikToks a long time ago. It's during the stimulus days. He did the what is it? I'm bored in the House. I'm in the House bored. He's in the House. Anyway, I don't know why I remember that. North Carolina, Democrat Beasley very narrowly leading Republican Budd, 50.4. These are close races, 50.4 versus 47.8. I mean, that's like a Warnock versus Walker, Herschel Walker. Pennsylvania, Fetterman leading Oz with 5% in by 76.8 to 21%. I mean, that's a huge spread, but again, only 5% counted. New Hampshire is 60.6 versus 37.3, 14% of ballots counted, leaning towards Dem for New Hampshire. Reuters reporting, prepare for government gridlock as Republicans are seen gaining in the U.S. midterms. That's a Reuters update just in. Looks like Warnock Walker just now getting a little bit tighter. A lot of tight races. It's going to be a nail biter in some areas. Very little discussion about national security and terrorism. This is one of the first elections in a while that we don't have a position in Afghanistan. Let's listen over here.
So, all right, Trey Gowdy with the answer, by the way.
What's that?
Trey Gowdy had the answer.
The artist formerly known as Prince. Yeah, but it's not time to vote yet, so stand by. Okay, let me take this off. Let me see what county this is. This is Davie County, all right? No votes are in. Well, what happened 2 years ago at the presidential level? Well, Trump was a big winner in that county. Picked up about 14,000 votes total raw. Here you are, 11,005. They'll do the math for me. So that's out there. Let me come back out here a moment. And let me do this. Oh, shoot. It did not.
That screaming was so weird.
Dana has a comment.
One thing that's pretty interesting about North Carolina, when Bill and I had an opportunity to talk to Ted Budd when he was in town, so he really comes across, he's a farmer. And he's kind of an understated guy, and his ads were apparently not that exciting. And Beasley she's a well-respected judge in North Carolina. One thing that's really happened in these cities, though, is the amount of people who have moved into Raleigh and Charlotte and that whole area there. That has changed that population a lot. We were talking about how many people left New England or New York for Florida and how that might have changed some things there. North Carolina, it might not happen this time around, but those pivot counties that Kellyanne mentioned in those urban areas are ones to watch in North Carolina.
Carl?
Look, it's not only where the votes are, but just remember, again, this is our blue wave, red wave, blue mirage, red mirage. The votes that you're seeing here are predominantly, virtually all of the early vote is going to be the mail-in ballots because they start processing them when they come in. They announce them early. We've seen this before. Tom Tillis was behind in his races, won by, a small number of, several tens of thousands of votes because the late vote to come in is the vote that's being cast on Election Day.
Just to recue, Florida was a hold. Ohio, we're watching very closely. That's a Republican defense, Britt. Pennsylvania, also a Republican seat they're trying to hold on to, as is North Carolina.
Yeah, and I have now for you the political comment of the evening.
Okay.
And maybe of all time. Someone is saying over on MSNBC that the GOP's dominance in Florida is all about gerrymandering.
Well, that's a pretty good trick.
So that's a story they will tell themselves too.
Drawing the districts. All right, fine. Let's go look at the Bloomberg election results here. Republicans need a net gain of just 1 seat to win the Senate. This is true because we know that we're 50-50 in the Senate, right? We know that Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin have essentially been two positions that some folks have called closet Republicans. And they have really held up a lot of the Democratic priorities, which many people say, you know what, this is actually a good thing. Let me just get an alert. Hold on.
Here in battleground state of Arizona, where Democratic Senator Mark Kelly and Republican venture capitalist Blake Masters are in a very tight race.
Over to Wisconsin, incumbent Republican Senator Ron Johnson, Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela.
Oh, hold on. I just got an update here. We got Republican incumbent Moran defeats Democrat challenger Holland in race for U.S. Senate seat in Kansas. So the Republican holds a seat in Kansas. That's not a flip. Democratic incumbent Chuck Schumer, defeats the Republican challenger in New York, and Republican incumbent John Thune defeats Democratic challenger for Senate. So no flips there. Those are some recent holds. Those numbers just now coming through here. If we flip over here to House, Republicans need to pick up 6 seats to win the House. Democrats currently hold 220 to 212 for Republicans. 3 seats vacant. Republicans have won 50 races so far, 361 not yet called. All right, so we'll pay attention. And so far, no net gains yet. Oh, whoa, look at that in Georgia. I think Herschel Walker just flipped him. Walker just flipped Warnock. No way. Dude, that would be a net gain right there. I mean, we don't know unless a Republican somewhere else loses, but that's incredible. Let me look at this, the New York Times sheet, and see if they've updated to that as well. Georgia, yeah, we just got like 4 more percent. Yeah, oh my gosh, there it is. 49.1 to 49. Warnock, oh, whoa, Herschel just flipped Warnock. Oh, we'll see if that stays. Oh my gosh, wow. That's going to be really interesting. Oz is lagging. We got 9.7% in over here in Pennsylvania. Wow. All right, let's keep listening.
Democratic Governor Laura Kelly are locked in a very tight race. Democrats had a lot of hopes about Kansas.
In Minnesota, the governor's race, Democratic incumbent Tim Walz has a lead against his Republican challenger, Scott Jensen.
And in New Mexico, not enough data yet to call this race. This is a showdown between the Democratic incumbent, Michelle Lujan Grisham, and Republican candidate, Mark Ronchetti.
And to the Rocky Mountains and in Colorado, incumbent Governor Jared Polis will defeat GOP candidate Heidi Ganahl.
In South Dakota, not enough data to project the winner of the governor's race between incumbent Kristi Noem and Democratic challenger Jamie Smith, but Noem does lead at this hour.
Let's go to Iowa, where we can project that Republican incumbent Kim Reynolds will return to the governor's mansion for a second term.
And in Nebraska, Republican Jim Pillen is in the lead. Again, too early to call.
Finally, in Wyoming, where there are a lot of disgruntled people, apparently, according to our Fox News voter analysis, we're projecting that Republican governor
just flipped back. We have a Walker. Actually, we just got a big Democratic vote dump. They must have taken out the suitcase. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. But anyway, Warnock now back in the lead with 51.7% versus Walker's 46.5%. That was a big dump that just came in. Now 53% in. But that was quite a large move here on Bloomberg. Let me see if, that flip back here showing up on the New York Times as well. Okay. I want to clarify that Tim Ryan, I told you he did that video, I'm in the House board, right? He is a representative, and he is now running for Senate in Ohio. Hoeven, Republican incumbent Hoeven defeats Democratic challenger Christensen in North Dakota. Judge rejects Republican request to extend voting in Maricopa County, Arizona after vote count machine issues. Oh, here we go again. All right.
Maybe it goes to Republicans, maybe it stays the same. Do you think that message is the one they're going to take away from this election?
I worry no. I think that there will be a lot of people who said, oh, well, we got this right, when in the end, you really got lucky. There is a way to thread the needle on multiple fronts. You should never be a candidate that's only talking about one thing or one or two things that, frankly, are ranking well below the other thing that people are saying that they're concerned about. I think that people may have been able to change course in the last couple of weeks and pull it off, like a Kathy Hochul, for instance, here. But if you listen to people like Elisa Slotkin, who's in a tough race in Michigan there, when she says we didn't have a cohesive economic message as a party, that's something that you take home, especially going to a presidential election when President Biden is going to have to defend his record over the 4 years.
Josh, let's take a look at Ohio again, because more numbers are coming in those races that we have talked about a lot.
Tim Ryan.
In 2, 7, and 10. And we're seeing as we get more vote there, and maybe Bill can pull that up for us as well while we talk about it, that there's a very nice spread for Yesli Vega and also for the candidate who is running against against Luria, Jennifer Kagan. Jennifer, yeah, in Virginia. Did I say Ohio? I'm sorry.
He's going to
I'm
Virginia.
sorry, Virginia.
He's got it.
Okay, so we have two really interesting races here, Spanberger and Vega, and then we have Luria and Jennifer Kiggins, who, you know, the Republicans have been enormously enthusiastic about as a candidate, and she seems to be doing quite well.
Yeah, in Virginia, like these states that don't have a Senate race, that don't have a big governor's race, Republicans are doing really well. I'm seeing a mixed bag politically. Huge night for Republicans in Florida. This is a political tsunami.
Oh, yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene winning re-election to the House in Georgia's 14th.
DeSantis has just come out to give his acceptance speech. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Remember, DeSantis is probably prepping for a 24 presidential run.
You know, over these past 4 years, we've seen major challenges for the people of our state, for the citizens of the United States, and above all, for the cause of freedom. We saw freedom in our very way of life and so many other jurisdictions in this country wither on the vine. Florida held the line. We chose facts over fear. We chose education over indoctrination. We chose law and order over rioting and disorder.
Powerful national issues here.
Sanity when the world went mad. We stood as a citadel of freedom for people across this country and indeed across the world.
Strong.
We faced attacks. We took the hits. We weathered the storms. But we stood our ground. We did not back down. We had the conviction to guide us, and we had the courage to lead. We made promises. We made promises to the people of Florida, and we have delivered on those promises. And so today, after 4 years, the people have delivered their verdict. Freedom is here to stay.
USA chance here. There you go. There's that DeSantis 24 coming.
Thank you. Now, thanks to the overwhelming support of the people of Florida, we not only won election, we have rewritten the political map. Thank you for honoring us with a win for the ages. I want to thank all of our campaign staff, from campaign manager Janera Peck down. This was the best run campaign in the history of Florida politics. I want to thank all of our wonderful volunteers who worked so hard to get out the vote. Your support means the world to Casey and I. God bless you and thank you.
Senate control just popped up a couple cents on PredictIt for Republicans.
When you got a great record to run on. And I would not have been able to see the level of accomplishments that we saw unless I had outstanding personnel working in the executive office of the governor, as well as heading state agencies. These folks worked hard to implement our agenda. They believed in our agenda, and the results have been historic. Thank you for your support and work. Thank you to Miami-Dade County.
Now, that's a direct slam there on Democrats, given that Republicans flipped right there and have given DeSantis the win in Miami-Dade, which is very rare. Rare to see Republicans do that. Well, rare to see a Republican win in Miami-Dade County.
It's clearly apparent that this election, we will have garnered a significant number of votes from people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know, I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years.
Powerful.
And most important of all, thank you to the greatest First Lady in all 50 states. For being a great wife, giving unwavering support, being a tremendous mother to our 3 young children, and serving as an example for women throughout this state, especially going through the battle of cancer. She is remarkable. Now, today, is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures.
Okay, PredictIt now at 69 cents for Republican control of the Senate and 93 for Republican control of the House. It's moving up. It's moving towards Republican.
We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology.
Governor Abbott just won re-election against the Democrat in Texas.
In the legislature, we fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die.
Oh, wow. That's powerful. You know, Florida just introduced, thanks to DeSantis, one of the first financial education plans for schools. It's actually really, really smart. I mean, I ran a governor campaign in California on getting financial education in schools. California's broken, though.
We set out a vision. We executed on that vision, and we produced historic results. And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith. We've accomplished more than anybody thought possible 4 years ago, but we've got so much more to do, and I have only begun to fight. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for a historic landslide victory.
Ron DeSantis, the major winner, winning re-election for governor in Florida. Britt, do you want to weigh in about other things?
Well, I would say that he's out. He sees this as a moment. He knows what the consequences of this is politically, not just in the state of Florida, but for his own personal ambitions. And I think that's pretty well reflected in what you heard him say there.
And there you see the family was a big part of the campaign. His wife went through a battle of cancer, and former TV broadcaster herself, and a big asset on that campaign. Ron DeSantis winning in places that other Florida governors have not won as Republicans since Jeb Bush in 2002. Now, we've got some calls to make. In the first of the two Oklahoma Senate races this year, Fox News can project that GOP Senator James Lankford will win a second full term in office.
And in the special election, we project that Republican Markwayne Mullin will defeat Democrat Kendra Horn.
Moving to Connecticut, where Democratic Senator, the incumbent Richard Blumenthal, wins the third term by defeating Republican businesswoman Leora Levy.
Over to Texas and the governor's race, where we can now project that Governor Greg Abbott will remain in the governor's mansion for a third term. He defeats high-profile Democratic candidate Beto O'Rourke. A lot will be
Leave
said.
it there for one second.
A lot will be said about this this race, because this is multiple efforts on the part of Beto O'Rourke.
Multiple efforts and multiple tens of millions of dollars, and a lot of focus on Beto O'Rourke as a candidate. Britt?
O'Rourke is becoming the Charlie Crist of Texas.
Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry, but I don't know who you're talking about. The Democratic candidate was Robert Francis O'Rourke, and not that other phony name.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone from the cover of Vanity Fair magazine and this shining hope of the Democrat Party. Jessica, your thoughts on what has happened to Beto O'Rourke? Does this seal the deal? Is he done now in politics or not?
Never say never with these things, but I think if the evening goes as I expect it to for Stacey Abrams as well, that there's going to be a lot of soul searching about, where you're dumping your money when you go on Act Blue, right? There are a lot of people whose races are a lot closer.
Act Blue is where you raise money when you're a Democrat, and so they're basically talking about where do you spend your raise.
That maybe that extra money going to Maggie Hassan, it looks better than expected there in New Hampshire, defending Nevada, things like that, giving more money in Pennsylvania, maybe to Tim Ryan, who had to go it alone without Chuck Schumer's support at the end there. And, these are celebrity candidates. I think that there have been incredible messaging moments that kind of have rallied the Democratic base and made you really focus on the issues that matter to us as a party. But they are seemingly just not great candidates to win statewide office, and I hope people will take stock of that.
Okay, we can also project that Democratic Governor Dan McKee will win the first full term in office, defeating another GOP businesswoman, Ashley Klaus.
And over to Connecticut, where Democrat incumbent Ned Lamont will defeat GOP candidate Bob Stefanowski.
And finally, in the great state of New Hampshire, we can project that Republican Governor Chris Sununu will win a fourth term. And Dana, he's been on the show with you a number of times, with you and Bill. He also possibly has other ambitions.
Well, he might. So there was a heavy attempt to recruit him to run for the Senate in New Hampshire, and he didn't want to do that. And I can understand, when he had been governor, you are the executive of your state, you're the CEO of your state. He loves New Hampshire, and he thought, why would I want to go to Washington and be one of 100 and not get anything done? He wanted to sink his teeth into things. I don't know if he actually has ambition to run for president, but of course, that decision doesn't need to be made for a little while, unless we're talking sooner than later with Britt.
Britt, but you mentioned Sununu earlier, and how it plays with that Senate race, and whether it affects that.
It does. Well, it should. I mean, when you get these Republican governors winning by decisive margins, you know, the hope if you're a Republican is
popping over. Let's
Absolutely. So we move over to Michigan again. This has been a competitive race as well. We're only at 11% of the vote. You're watching the map. For me, it's just as the map filling in as one would expect. And you look at it and the answer is yes. We'll see somewhere out here, you know, Kent County, Grand Rapids out this way. If Republicans do well here, they're competitive statewide, but it's only 3% of the vote. We'll see how this plays out. And then you come over here. This election will be decided. Wayne County is Detroit, which is down here. I skipped it because we have 0 votes in. It's 18% of the vote in Detroit. Tends to come in a little bit later than the other part of the state. This is where, though, it'll be fascinating. Oakland County, if you go back 25 years, this is a more Republican suburb, but this is where you have your upscale, college-educated voters who have become more and more Democratic. 60%, that's what Gretchen Whitmer needs to do. It's only 40%. And then we'll wait for here. This is Macomb County. Like Bucks County, where you're from, this is the more blue-collar, just north of suburbs when you come up here. And we'll see how this one comes in. Donald Trump did well in Macomb County. If you go back to the 1980s, this was where all the studies were done. The Democratic pollster string.
Right, the Reagan Democrats.
Reagan Democrats.
Right.
So we'll watch. We have a long way to go in Michigan. So as you move out here, you come this way.
Let's pop over a little.
Get out thinking they couldn't vote. This issue of abortion, a women's right to make decisions about her own body, is an animating issue. And I think that young people were just tuned in. So for all the people that said all these things about young people across America, they didn't care, they weren't going to vote. Young people are showing up in key places. And I think it's going to be a story we talk about going forward.
I have a point of personal privilege real quick. I want to give a shout out to Wes Moore, first elected African-American, only the third for governor in the United States history. 20 years ago tonight, I won for lieutenant governor, breaking that barrier as the first African-American
And
elected
he's a rock
statewide
star.
in Maryland.
And one of two of state governorships, including Massachusetts, that have flipped, according to our call so far. Simone Sanders Townsend, Claire McCaskill, Michael Steele, thank you all for your insights. Rachel, back to you.
I just want to make clear that despite Mr. Steele's comments there, NBC News has not made a projection in the Maryland governor's race.
Sorry.
That race is currently characterized as too early to call.
I'm just looking at what the local papers are reporting.
I hear you, but it's my responsibility to keep us tethered to the election desk.
You did it right, Rachel.
Too early to call with Wes Moore leading is our official projection.
Yeah, because if they mess up on these calls, by the way, they get big old lawsuits. Happened a lot in the last election, too. I also... Please move your face square bottom right. You want me in the bottom right? Somebody was mad I was in the bottom left. What corner should I be in? All right, I'm going to run a poll. One of the options just be like no face. Let's see. What corner should I be in? Top left. Up right. Bottom left, bottom right. All right, I'm just going to ask the community. Everybody should be able to vote in this. The poll is up, so if you could, let me know where I should stick my face, and I'll consider doing what the majority does. Notice how I said consider, because ultimately I still get to choose. But we'll see. All right, let's flip around here. What does CNN have for us?
In other words, what happens to the governor vis-a-vis the Senate candidate in Colorado? They are both of the same party. Then we can...
shares in Chinese property developers soar on latest support from Beijing. Good.
So far, Jake, only in Democratic areas. But the governor's race is, again, always critical for state issues, all the more important because of threats to democracy and the Supreme Court sending abortion rights back to the states.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And CNN has some more projections. Right now, CNN is projecting that incumbent Senator John Bozeman from Arkansas will be reelected. He defeats Natalie James. In Vermont, CNN projects that Congressman Peter Welch will get the promotion and become the next senator from the state of Vermont in an open seat, defeating Gerald Malloy. Let's take a look at the overall balance of power in the 100-seat U.S. Senate. Democrats currently control 38 seats. Republicans currently control 39 seats. 23 seats are remaining. We also have a key race alert that we're going to go to Casey Hunt right now. Casey?
That's right, Jake. We're going to take a quick spin through all of these races for you. We got a whole bunch of vote in. We got Raphael Warnock sitting at 51% right now in Georgia to Herschel Walker's 47.2. He is, of course, right now above that critical threshold to avoid a runoff. We're going to be keeping close tabs. We've seen this move back and forth here in the last hour or so.
This is like a worthless poll. 1,800 of you out of like the 10,000 of you watching have not really helped me much here. They're all like, it's like 25% across the board. Oh, here we go. It's updating now a little bit. Top right looks like it's taking the lead. Okay, if you don't like top right, make sure you vote. If you do like top right, make sure you vote.
Now in North Carolina, look at this. Ted Budd sitting at 50% to Sherry Beasley's 48%. This is actually a little bit of a wider lead than we've seen at some points on this race tonight. We've got 72% of the vote in North Carolina. All right, let's move now to New Hampshire, where we've got Maggie Hassan sitting
Like
at 57.8%.
Right here in the
Don
middle?
Bolduc sitting at 40.9%. Smart Republicans and Democrats that I'm talking to who are looking at these numbers say Hassan is in a very strong position at this hour. But of course, we only have 30% of the vote in, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Now let's go out to Colorado. This again, a reach for Republicans. Michael Bennet at 58.6% to Joe O'Dea, the Republicans, 39.2% at this hour. But of course, we do need to know where the votes are coming in because we're only looking at 40% of them so far. Now let's check in on Wisconsin, expected to be one of the tightest races on the map tonight. So take these numbers with a grain of salt. Mandela Barnes in the early vote out to 70% ahead of Ron Johnson, the incumbent Republican, who sits at 29.8% right now. I'm sure John King can explain to us why it looks that way. There's about 4% of the vote in right now in Wisconsin. Now I want to check in on Iowa, another unexpected place on the map, but there was an Iowa poll late in the cycle from a very trustworthy pollster out there that showed Chuck Grassley, the incumbent Republican, in a tight race with Democrat Michael Franken, and some early returns show Franken out ahead 58.3% to Chuck Grassley's 41.6%. But there is very little vote in Iowa at this hour. We only have 11% in. Let's also dip in on Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman, the Democrats, at 60.5%. These numbers are moving in real time. To Dr. Mehmet Oz's 37%. This is another situation where they're going to count votes very slowly. This is one where there's already litigation challenges, questions about how these votes are going to be counted, and we expect that's going to go late into the night. 17% of the
Okay,
voting.
we just got an update on Warnock and Walker, 62% of the vote in. You've got Walker at 47, Warnock at 51. It's pretty close right there. Okay.
Abbott building on the earlier lead he had on Beto O'Rourke, the former congressman, 149,000 votes ahead for the two-time governor of Texas, 52% of the vote in there. Let's take a look at the state of Georgia. Brian Kemp right now with 111,000 vote advantage over Stacey Abrams, 66% of the vote in. Notably, he is above that 50% threshold, meaning he could potentially avoid a runoff if this holds. And we just
Sarah Huckabee Sanders elected Arkansas's first female governor.
The state of Michigan, incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer locked in this tough re-election battle with conservative commentator, former TV host Tudor Dixon. A 42,000 vote advantage for Whitmer, roughly an 8% lead right now, still very early with only 12% of the vote in. Let's get an update for you from Pennsylvania. There, the Attorney General, Josh Shapiro, he has nearly a 300,000 vote advantage over Doug Mastriano, one of the most extreme candidates you are going to see on the board tonight. 17% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one that our Jake Tapper knows very well. Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let's take a look at this governor's race right now in Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the sitting attorney general, running for governor against a state legislator named Doug Mastriano that Boris just aptly described. What's going on here?
So you're watching, fills in more votes coming in, as you say. It's a nearly 300,000 vote lead for Josh Shapiro at the moment, who was favored in the late polls in this race. But
we just saw the Republican control of Senate fall a little bit, the potential for that in the predicted betting market. This was up to 64 to 70%. I think what happened is the Iowa numbers started coming in, suggesting that there could be a Democrat who flips the Republican incumbent in Iowa. So this is going to be something that we're going to want to start paying attention to here. Right now, showing just 2% of votes in with, let me see if Bloomberg gives us a little bit more. Okay, let's go to, no, we want Senate. We want Senate for Iowa. All right, let's see what we have here. Iowa. Where is it? Here we go. Iowa, no, they're only reporting about 2% or 1.5% of the whole vote. It's pretty split over here. But it does look like that's starting to move the Republican odds of Senate control down a little bit for the Senate. still pretty certain on that House flip. Yeah. The Needles, by the way, shut down on the New York Times. Actually surprised by that. They say that the Needles are gone because of some kind of issue in Louisiana. I find that quite odd. What issue in Louisiana? Like, leave the Needles there. We like the Needles. That's why we come here. We come here for needles. That doesn't sound right. Just gonna slowly go back to the TV here.
Running behind, underperforming his Democratic ticket mate, if you will. They're both statewide office holders, by the way. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, the Lieutenant Governor. So they both have won statewide before. You see 60% if you round that up to 38% if you round that up. Again, there has been no indication that this race would be anything like that. We expect this race to be very competitive. We're still shy of 20% of the overall vote, 60 to 34 as it goes up now. I just want to check again. Just one of my favorite places to always look. And again, this is early vote. Josh Shapiro was way up in Northampton County. John Fetterman is as well. He may well win Northampton County. Often the person who wins.
Oz is just getting reamed up there. This is for the Senate race.
Like that, which tells me, Jake, that we're looking
in Pennsylvania, and Fetterman is with 20% of the votes in. Fetterman's at 59%. The Oz is at 39%.
This is not determinative. But John Fetterman, 59.6% of the vote. Josh Shapiro, who's running for governor on the same ticket, he's at 64.4%. Shapiro running about 5 percentage points ahead. And also when it comes to Oz running about 5 percentage points ahead of the Republican running for governor. Just two very different races, ticket splitters. Let's find out what this vote is, though. We're with the Battleground Desk with David Chalian. David, this is 19% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is reporting. What is this 19%?
Yeah, so as you guys are saying, it is an early vote situation here. So roughly half of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, 49% of that current vote is pre-election early vote. So that may be helping boost Fetterman to this 600,000 vote total he is at right now versus Oz 385,000. We expect at the end of the day for the share of the overall vote that is going to be early vote to be about half that. We think it's going to be 25% of the overall vote at the end of the day. So right now, as a proportion of the vote, that early vote is sort of double in size. And that is what is giving Fetterman, giving Shapiro these larger advantages than you would expect.
That's actually a really interesting point by CNN that possibly this could flip because remember, Democrats, we hear this time and time again. This is just like old news at this point, that Democrats tend to vote by mail and vote early, right?
Right. Still, if you're the Democrats, you know that you...
Democratic incumbent Van Hollen defeats Republican challenger Chris Chaffee in race for U.S. Senate in Maryland. So no flip in Maryland.
Is that anywhere the percentage we thought we needed in the early vote? That's what's going on in the headquarters now. They understand there's a long way to go, and the numbers are going to change, and the percentages are going to change. But they do know what their target was in every county. So that's what you're going through as this vote comes in. You say
the needles are back. I love it when there are needles. Here we go. Nothing. I mean, I'm from California. Nothing I like more. Here they are. We've got a toss-up still on Senate control. This 74% of Republican control in the House. This actually dropped a little bit. This was 75%, I believe, the last time we checked. You know what I'm going to do to just keep myself fact-checked here is I'm going to make a little note for the needles. And we're going to go 6:33 p.m. We're going to say 74% House NYT Needles, Republican, and then still toss up there on Senate. The Senate control still listed as toss up. What do they have for? I'd like to see the Oz race. So Iowa, where are you? Iowa. 95% Republican, Grassley plus 17. Okay. What do they see here? Estimate of final vote. Okay, so they think Grassley's going to win Iowa. Let me look at Iowa right now. Iowa coming in at Grassley being the Republican. But right now the Democrat is ahead. So we're paying attention to the Senate race here. And the New York Times is providing a 95% chance that Iowa is going to end up going to Grassley, even though he's lagging right now. Looks like the tighter races here are the tightest races seem to be Nevada, Pennsylvania, with Fetterman over here, and Walker. They actually have a slight lean. The New York Times is estimating that Walker is actually going to win over Warnock. And 65% of the votes are in now. It's merged. It's getting closer again. We're now at 50% Warnock, 48% Walker. But this is so tight. I mean, we're 50,000 votes apart over here. John Hoeven picking up North Dakota. John Thune, the incumbent, picking up South Dakota with a classic 69% of the votes. U.S. Senate race in Colorado. Democratic incumbent Michael Bennet defeats Republican challenger Joe O'Dea. And remember, we did have a beat by Abbott for the governor race in Florida. All right. We have, let's see here. Bozeman, Arkansas, Oklahoma, James Lankford, 66%. South Carolina, Tim Scott. We have, how's Ryan? Where's Tim Ryan? Tim Ryan. Tim Ryan lagging. Wow. That's actually interesting. Now all of a sudden we're leaning Republican with Vance at 52%. 52% of the votes in, and Tim Ryan potentially going to lose his Senate race, which would mean he'd be out of Congress because he's in the House right now. That's interesting. Ohio. Now, what was the prediction for Ohio? Ohio actually did give Vance the potential here to succeed over Tim Ryan. Wow. And then watching that race with Dr. Oz over here in Pennsylvania, 24% of the votes in. I mean, we're still seeing Fetterman kick his butt right now. Let's listen in over here for a moment.
4,000 votes, and it's going to be within 1% either way. I think Oz has the momentum, and I was on the ground with him last night in Montgomery County. I feel really good, but it is going to be a very tight race.
By the way, I installed a coffee machine right here. I just have to reach over, and so I just made myself a new coffee. You know, look, I didn't even have to get up. I didn't even have to ask anybody to get it for me. It's like, you know, don't need any more employees. You just put the coffee machine in the room. Nobody has to get coffee for you.
I want to say morning because I've been up since this morning here in Georgia. And the reason why we're here, guys, Martha, you know, we've been doing these focus groups all across the country. We were here for the primary. And as you know,
that looks like a place I want to be right now. That looks fun. I'd rather be there than drinking coffee.
His endorsement in that primary. And when you talk with the people, the reason why they went with Kemp is because they say they know the guy. They believe that he fought for them during COVID. He's good on the economy, gave them a deduction when it comes to the gas tax. And there's people here, right here, to tell me about Kemp. So tell me why you're supporting him tonight.
Brian Kemp, he's pro-business. Whenever the schools were shut down, Brian was the first person to lift the mask mandates. Brian helps Georgia and Georgians grow.
So tell me, there was this big race now between Warnock as well as Walker, and it's close, but it's not that close between Kemp. So tell me why that's the case here in Georgia.
Well, I think the Democrats ran a good campaign against Walker, but it's not a person.
Wow. The predicted odds just got crushed for the Senate. Look at that. Senate control Republican down to 55 cents. That's a big update right there. So as of now, 6:38. So we were at 70 cents just not that long ago. Now all of a sudden we're at 55 cents. So 55% here on Republican control. Whereas the House is, let me give it a refresh just to make sure, sitting at still sitting at 90% at 638. 90 for Republicans. That is down from the 92 we had. Let's look at the Bloomberg tracker. Let's see what we have here. Bloomberg tracker shows, oh, look at that. Warnock, Herschel Walker now, whoa, within 9,000 votes of each other. Whoa, look at how close that is now. 62% of the vote total in. We've got Warnock now at 49.9% and Walker at 48.9%. Wow. Pennsylvania with Dr. Oz still sitting at 42.9%. Oh, we just got a little vote dump there. There we go. Okay, still about the same. 42.9% for Oz and 54.7% for Fetterman. Ohio, Tim Ryan lagging. Vance now ahead. Okay. Chuck Schumer, we already know. He won. Tim Scott, South Carolina. Florida, Rubio. Oh, look at that. Walker ahead now. Walker ahead again by 1,000 votes right now. Let's hop on over here for a moment.
Advantage Republican when it comes to capturing the net 5 to take the House.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And we have some projections for you right now. CNN has 3 projections. One of them is a pretty significant one. CNN is projecting that incumbent Democratic Senator Michael Bennet will be reelected, defeating Joe O'Dea. Republicans had a lot of hopes that Joe O'Dea was going to be able to pick off Bennet in purple Colorado. They fell short, which indicates that this is not necessarily going to be the kind of night, the kind of great night Republicans were expecting. 2 other projections in Maryland, the Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen will be reelected, CNN projects, defeating Chris Chafee, Republican. And in North Dakota, CNN is projecting that former governor and current Senator John Hoeven will be reelected, defeating Democrat Katrina Christensen. The balance of power in the U.S. Senate, as you know, 100 Senate seats. Democrats currently have 40. Republicans currently have 40. There are 20 seats remaining. That's what we're going to be doing for the rest of the night and perhaps a few more days after that. Republicans, of course, remember, need to pick up 1 net Democratic seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Senate. We have governor's races, of course, now as well, and Boris Sanchez has some projections there.
Jake, a trio of projections and 3 victories for Democrats, beginning with history being made in Maryland. Wes Moore, who had never been elected to public office in his life, will become the first black governor of the state of Maryland as he defeats election denier Dan Cox. Another historic win in Massachusetts for Democrats, Maura Healey, in another pickup for Democrats. She becomes the first woman elected governor of Massachusetts and the first openly lesbian governor in the history of the United States as she defeats election denier Jeff Deal. Meantime, the first openly gay governor in U.S. history will win re-election in Colorado. Jared Polis defeats Heidi Ganahl, a Republican.
Herschel Walker now about 3,000 votes, 2,800-ish votes ahead of Warnock. This is a very close race in Georgia. Ohio, Vance is ahead by 80,000 votes. That's leaning Republican now. 26% in on the Fetterman. Oz is still a lead by Fetterman, though, again, that early voting could be potentially giving him a little bit of an edge.
Federal award 56% of the vote in the state of Texas. An update now from Michigan. This tough re-election battle for incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer. She stands roughly in the same place where she was when we last checked in on Michigan, a 40,000 vote advantage against former TV host and conservative commentator Tudor Dixon, only 13% of the vote in Michigan. Let's take a look at a true toss-up. Joe Biden won the state of Wisconsin in 2020 by an eyelash, only about 20,000 votes. Tony Evers, the incumbent Democrat right now, holding on to a 76,000 vote advantage over Tim Michels with 21% of the vote in Wisconsin. We want to send it over to Dana Bash now, who has some analysis for us. Dana.
Thanks so much, Boris. And that number that you showed in Wisconsin, there are so many races there that we're watching tonight, such a battleground. But let's go back to the pair of firsts that Boris was talking about, governor's mansions. You're going to have a Democrat in the governor's mansion again, and in Maryland, in Massachusetts and Maryland. Yeah. Maryland is, because we're local, we see the signs everywhere. Talk about Wes Moore and the importance of it.
Well, look, there's a lot of history that could be made tonight. I think these are 2 big ones, but especially for Democrats in Massachusetts, the first openly gay governor in that state, but the first lesbian in the entire country. There could be actually a second tonight if Tina Kotek wins in the state of Oregon. But that's a significant moment for the state of Massachusetts, that governor's mansion returning to Democrats. But in Maryland, in Westmore, I think what you're seeing.
Okay, it looks like we just got another projection here. Edison Research projecting that Republicans have picked up a net 4 House seats previously held. That is a new projection. Edison was at 3 earlier, so this is Edison Research. Let's see here. There, you can see me a little better that way. There we go. All right. Edison Research, again, reporting 4 net House seat gains for Republicans as a prediction as of 6:44 p.m. California time. That is up from 3 about an hour ago. And Republicans need 4. Let me double check that. Let's go over here to Doomberg. I'm sorry, Republicans need to pick up 6 in the 2022 election to win the House. And let's see how that means we are now tightening on Predict It. Now at 55, let's let it refresh here. Don't want to say too early. Predict It for Republican control was 55 cents. Oh, it's back up to now 59 cents. You see a lot of volatility here on the Senate. So now at 59 cents. Versus, look at that, the House odds dropping after that Edison Research coming in. So that is, now we're at 89 cents for Republican, just about 7 minutes since we last checked. And we're at, again, 59 cents. We were up to 70 at one point here for Republican control. We'll see how this keeps moving. We can also look at the needles here from the New York Times. New York Times needle showing us 74% chance Republican for the House. Senate still too close to call.
First black governor of Maryland, another deep blue state. A few barriers being broken tonight. We may see how the national race goes, but in a couple of very blue states, a couple of very impressive blue candidates.
Okay, back over to Jake.
Thanks so much, Dana.
Herschel Walker now up about 28,000 votes. He's at 49.5 versus Warnock's 48.6.
Lieutenant Tom Hubner, Josie Brown.
Critics are praising devotion. Glenn Powell and Jonathan Majors deliver.
Come on. There we go.
Ballot is what America wants to be, what it will be. And if you think about President Obama, for instance, who said there's no such thing as pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. Almost every single thing that we're seeing right now is a repudiation of free money, of government being able to do what you should be doing for yourself. I know it's a wonky word, but modern monetary theory, they were going to make this a Main Street phrase. Just 2 months ago, Business Insider said, what is modern monetary theory? Understanding the alternative economic theory that's becoming more mainstream. They tried to make it mainstream. What did they do? Instead, we've had real wages that have been down every single month since that 1.9 trillion has gone into effect. 3.5% loss in real wages. By the way, compare that to President Trump. It was up 7%. Even President Obama was up 3%. We just started on Monday. Our credit card debt, $1.1 trillion. That's up 19% since the free money went into effect. What this election really is about is behind the scenes, you have two ideologies. One that believes that America can pull itself up by the bootstraps. The other one that's given up on America a long time ago, and that one is losing.
So, Maria, with regard to what Larry said and turning up on the spigots, that's a hard turn for the president, who just 2 days ago was up on a stage saying that we're going to end all the drilling in this country.
Yeah.
So, I can't imagine politically how you sort of turn that corner and suddenly say, well, this obviously isn't working. We're going to give it a shot. It could come through legislation. I mean, I know Kevin McCarthy says he wants to make that a priority, but how would that work?
Well, I think that's the point of the night. You're right. Look, I think that he's not going to do that without a fight. But if you do see the leadership coming from the Republicans, that is exactly what you'll see. I think Larry used the right word in terms of shackles, taking the shackles off energy. But it's not just energy. It's the shackles of overregulation. And that goes throughout business. So that's certainly something that will get loosened up in a victory for the GOP. I think you've got a good news, bad bad news story playing out here tonight. The good news is that we are seeing some serious victories that will affect this climate change agenda. The Republicans will push back and they will try to expand fossil fuel.
First results, by the way, expected in 11 minutes from Arizona and Nevada.
More business in the fossil fuel area. So that's a good news part of the story. Also good news is the fact that they will push back on the fiscal irresponsibility. And we will stop the out of control spending and the $5+ trillion in borrowing that has already occurred. The bad news part of this story is that a lot of damage has been done. And we are already looking at 2023 being a very tested and weak time for the economy. And you look at the stock market all the time, Charles. Let's look at some tech names. The major tech companies are trading down while the S&P 500 is trading up. What does that tell you? That tells you that you are looking at a weak holiday season to come. You are looking at an environment where we're going to see layoffs in technology. We are going to see a weaker period for tech. It also has to do with regulation. I'll just end with where we were earlier in the show when
Republican Phil Scott wins re-election in Vermont, per Associated Press.
Louisiana, West Virginia, Oklahoma.
Republicans pick up House seats. Let's see. Republicans pick a. Okay, this is the Edison research. We already talked about the 4 seats. We'll see if they get to the 6 to win control of the House.
Will amount to a repudiation of all the big government socialism undertaken by President Biden. And he will have to listen to those election returns. It may not be easy. My colleagues are correct on that.
Donald Trump escalating his rivalry with DeSantis, warning that he would expose damaging information if the Florida governor were to challenge him in the 2024 presidential election. What? If he runs, he could hurt himself very badly. I would tell you things about him that won't be very flattering. I know more about him than anybody, other than perhaps his wife.
Lose a lot less.
There you go. That's good too. Charles, Maria, Larry, as always,
Good
thank
to see
you.
you all. So just, Dan, we have some new projections for you. In Colorado, Democratic Senator Michael Bennet will defeat Republican businessman Joe O'Dea. This is a race that a lot of people thought O'Dea might pull a surprise on. Chris Christie just said the other day he thought this would be perhaps the surprise of the night, and that one has not gone Mr. O'Dea's way.
It was uphill there for O'Dea. I mean, Colorado has been a bluish state. He had some good moments in debates. Businessman, outsider, construction, owner of a construction company. Bennet, a senator who used to be the superintendent of Denver schools, will pull this out, walking away, really. One of the governor's races we're following in South Dakota, we can now project that Republican Governor Kristi Noem will win a second term, defeating Democrat Jamie Smith. And she's talked about other aspirations, at least hinted at them. Other people have talked about them for her.
There was some reporting that was out there that was a tight race. So the numbers certainly do not back that up. She won enormously.
We are just minutes away from the next round of poll closings, and those are in Montana, Nevada, big Senate race there, Utah, Senate race we've been following there. Harris Faulkner is talking with voters on the issues driving them to the ballot box. Hey, Harris.
We absolutely are. We're back with the voters.
Associated Press is calling a yes on legalizing marijuana for 21 years and older individuals in a ballot initiative in Maryland.
Americans are concerned about crime. Cities, towns, neighborhoods seeing a spike in violence.
John Hoeven defeats Democratic challenger Katrina Christensen in Senate race in North Dakota.
More concerned about crime now than you were 2 years ago.
Yes.
That's every single hand that's gone up. Let's get into this. Crime turned out to be the top issue, just like it is in this studio. The race for New York governor, it's making a difference there potentially. Democratic incumbent Kathy Hochul seeing her double-digit lead over Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin evaporate in the last few weeks. Now watch the lines on your screen as we gather the voters' reaction real time to Congressman Zeldin.
Our streets safe again. I'm running to take back our streets and to support unapologetically our men and women in law enforcement. This is about all of us together, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, as New Yorkers, to make sure our streets are safe again, to make sure our subways are safe again. This is our opportunity.
All right, talk to me about the reaction there, the grades they gave it.
Yeah, so you can see there that Democrat line and blue line, which you wouldn't expect to be very favorable, was a C for on this message. Republicans, that red line gave an A, the gray line, independents, a B. What people really want to be hearing is a candidate who is going to address and not dismiss crime.
You know what? I'm going to call an audible here and go over to Kamani, who is from New Jersey. I think you're at Rutgers, right? What?
Congressional reporter reporting from Wisconsin that a 38-year-old man was just arrested for threatening poll staff with a knife, demanding that they stop the voting in West Bend Police Department. Okay.
The crime is such a bipartisan issue. It affects everyone in their everyday lives. And I think that we need leaders to change the rhetoric in politics, because
this is your party.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, these are Democrats.
If we can get bipartisan support.
AOC wins her New York district per Associated Press.
And the FBI and other police agencies are working overtime because they have to keep up with politically motivated violence. And that's a type of crime that's been missing.
Well, look, on the ground, what people are experiencing every day is more of a situation of, like here in New York City, the mayor just saying that it's a perception of crime and not looking at what people are really feeling. I know, PJ, you're on this side and you have your feelings about crime.
Latest, Herschel Walker, tiny lead now, 49.5% versus 48.6, 64% of votes in. Vance is beating Tim Ryan, 42.8 in Ohio. We've got North Carolina, Republican Budd ahead of Democrat Beasley. Pennsylvania, 30% in. Fetterman still leading, 53 to 44.6. That seems like it narrowed a little bit. And Wisconsin, only 4% in, with Barnes polling ahead of Johnson. Let's see if we can look at some of the sticks together here. Let's see. Let's see if the needles and predicted have moved at all. 73% for Republican chance over here in House. That has a slight decline again for House control, and still toss up on Republican. It's going to come down to like one seat. It's going to be ridiculous. It's going to be super close. Let's look at the actual votes. I want to see especially that Walker move here, because that's a big Senate race over here. 71% in now. Walker ahead by about 30,000 right now. 30,000. Grassley lagging, though. He's the incumbent. He's still the one who's likely to win, but he's the Republican incumbent, and he's tentatively lagging. 43% versus 57, and 15% of the votes are in. Dr. Oz at 46%, lagging by about, what is that, 130,000 votes here. That's a pretty decent lag right now. We'll see how that moves. We're going to be getting in about 2 minutes numbers from Arizona and Nevada. Looking at where the races are really close right now. Here are the closest races, with a likely lead for Democrats in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Nevada, even. Georgia leaning for Walker, Republican, per New York Times. So this seems like it's narrowed a little bit. These are toss-ups. And then you got 24 toss-ups over here in House races. Okay. Yeah, we are now 2 minutes away from some of the first results.
Number one, Governor Kemp. Let me turn this off and come back.
From Nevada and Arizona.
Governor Kemp is overperforming Herschel Walker where Democrats live and where votes overwhelming. You might say he's getting blown out here. Yes, he is. He is getting blown out here. But margins matter in close races. So look at Brian Kemp with 28% of the vote in Fulton County, the most populous county in the state. County Joe Biden won by 46 points, more than 46 points. Brian Kemp's getting 28%. Herschel Walker's getting 23%, 23%. So that's where in terms of where the people live in a Democratic area, in a large area, That's one way to look at it. But it's also happening out here. I'm just going to pick a random rural county in Georgia. This is Wilcox County. It's tiny. It's less than 1% of the vote. But look at Herschel Walker getting 74% of the vote there, and Raphael Warnock getting 25%. If you round that up, then you come over here to the governor's race. Brian Kemp getting a point or two higher, and Stacey Abrams lower. So Raphael Warnock is getting a few more votes in these very white rural counties. He's overperforming Stacey Abrams in these areas. It makes a difference in a close race. You might say it's only 50 votes here or 100 votes there. When you get in the government.
Quick note here. It looks like on Predictit's Senate race, we're back to 66% for Senate control to Republicans. This briefly dipped to as low as 55 cents, roughly about the same. And now we're back to 66, just 1 minute before the numbers start coming out of Nevada and Arizona.
Incumbent Governor Jake, it matters. The margins matter.
It sure does, John King. Thanks so much. Voting is about to end in 3 more states, including Nevada, another key battleground that could tip the scale in the fight for the control of the U.S. Senate. We have a key race alert for you now. It is too early to call the U.S. Senate race in Nevada between Senator Cortez Masto and Mr. Laxalt, Adam Laxalt. It is too early to call. We do not have any information for you there to project. In terms of Utah, between incumbent Republican Senator Mike Lee and his challenger, independent Evan McMullin, also too early to call. The balance of power in the U.S. Senate, as we've been telling you all night, this is key. There are 40 Democratic senators.
We are back to just 4,000 votes apart between Walker and Warnock. Pennsylvania is narrowing. Oz catching up. He's at 46 versus 51%. Vance, 53 versus 47%. Iowa, Chuck Grassley, incumbent Republican, still lagging. This is going to give Democrats a lot of hope right here. You've got, what's another one? Wisconsin over here. Ron Johnson, Republican, lagging by about 2%. He's also the incumbent, and he's expected to win. However, he is presently lagging.
Republicans late in the game, a big influx of cash there. He defeats Democratic challenger Joy Hoffmeister to earn a return trip to the governor's mansion in Oklahoma. An update now from the state of Vermont. In a state that Joe Biden won by a considerable margin, Republican Governor Phil Scott earns another 4 years. He is the only Republican holding on to statewide office in that state as he defeats progressive educator Brenda Siegel. A number of key race alerts to bring you now. Beginning in the state of Texas, Republican incumbent Greg Abbott building on his lead. He's now 368,000 votes ahead of Beto O'Rourke.
He's already been called to win, though.
State. Let's get a look at Michigan right now. Gretchen Whitmer, roughly the same place, maybe a slimmer advantage than the last time we checked in on her contest with Tudor Dixon. 36,000 votes ahead for the Democratic incumbent with 16% of the vote in. An update now, again from Georgia. Brian Kemp there, 247,000 votes ahead of Stacey Abrams. Notable in this rematch, last time around, Kemp only won by about 50,000 votes. This is a much bigger lead. And as you just saw, he added another 1,000 votes to that advantage with 77% of the vote in Georgia. We finish with Wisconsin. The key race alert there, 85,000 votes separating these two candidates.
We are seeing this needle move down towards toss-up for the chance of winning House control, now down to 72%. It kind of keeps ticking down for House control. Still, I mean, Senate, honestly, it's going to come down to it's going to be 51-49 is my guess.
Which is where we've been talking about all night. Raphael Warnock back in the lead by 0.1%. Look at that. 2,300 or so votes separating Warnock from Herschel Walker at this hour. We've got 77% of the vote in, but I think it's very obvious to everybody watching this could go either way. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. We obviously just saw what Boris was pointing out. It's similar on the Senate side. Mandela Barnes, the Democrat, sitting at 51.8%, but that is not as strong as the gubernatorial candidate. Ron Johnson, the incumbent Republican, at 48%. We expect this to be one of the closest Senate contests throughout the night. We've only got 34% of the vote in, so keep watching that one. Pennsylvania, let's check back in. This has changed pretty dramatically since the last time we really looked at it. John Fetterman is now at 52.1%. To Mehmet Oz.
Yeah, Oz is catching up substantially over here, but it's still about 150,000 vote difference. Also, Nevada Senate Democrat Catherine Masto is at real risk of losing her seat to Republican Adam Laxalt. He's a former state attorney general and the grandson of the previous Nevada senator. And seems like he is pretty pro-Trump. Abortion's a big issue over there. We'll see. Democrat Jared Polis wins re-election for governor in Colorado. We saw that called a little bit ago. Two small Pennsylvania counties are 95+% reported, and Fetterman looks like, is holding in both of those so far. Dr. Oz getting 34% of votes, whereas Trump got 44%. And in another county, that was Forest County, and in Elk County, Oz at 37 versus Trump 45. So you are seeing Oz not performing as well as Trump in a couple of those counties that have essentially fully reported.
The vote in there. So things could still change. But I will say Democrats are saying good things about New Hampshire right now on the Senate side, Jake.
Well, it's a nice state. Of course, they're saying nice things. Let's take a look at the balance of power right now in the competitive seats. Remember, we're looking at 82 competitive House seats. We're not going to look at all 435. There are 82 competitive ones. Of those 82, there are 51 competitive seats that we think are too early to call. Right now, in those 51, Democrats are leading in 39 of them. Republicans are leading in 12 of them. It's early. We do not know that this is going to be determinative. But
Walker, 3,300 votes ahead, 71% in. Grassley, 44%, only 25% of the votes in. Tim Ryan losing his lead here down to 47% in Ohio, rather. And in Pennsylvania, it's getting close. It's getting close. Look at this one. When we jump over here, look at Pennsylvania, 51% Fetterman. And that 150,000 vote spread has now narrowed to only about 80,000 votes between Fetterman and Oz. It's getting pretty tight. Woo! Getting juicy. All right.
Then we come down, and again, Washington, D.C. is here. We come down to the Spanberger race. She is now pulled ahead, narrowly ahead, but 4,863 votes with 98% of the vote in, estimated vote in. So still some counting to do. So what happened here? Remember last time we were here, we didn't have many votes from Prince William County. This is the largest population base in the district. It also happens to be the most Democratic area, closest to Washington, D.C.
And look at this.
Yes,
89, but it's still 11% outstanding.
Still more votes to come.
Yeah.
From the most Democratic area of the district. Joe Biden carried this county by 32 points. And there you have it right there. She's carrying it by 33 points. So this county performing. So when you pull back out, again, Democrats are looking at these House races filling in. And what you do see is the Democrats are very competitive. Is it enough to keep a Republican majority? That's a much bigger question. And we'll walk through the night because Republicans only need a net gain of 5. But in terms of Democrats fighting tough in the competitive districts, you see it right here. A lot of red here in the district as you look for Vega, but the largest population center of the district is right here. And so, again, we have to finish the count here, but we're up to 98%. You come out, I just want to come down south to the Loria district, which is this is the much more competitive district. She has narrowed. Loria has narrowed this, but she's still down 9 points or 10 points if you round up the Republican candidate, Jen Kiggans. It's gotten a little bit tighter as things have come in. You're seeing it on the county level here as it breaks up throughout the district. This will be an area people study.
Oz now just 60,000 votes away from taking the lead in Pennsylvania.
The House competitive map. Again, if you're Democrats and Republicans looking at Virginia saying, we're going to get at least 2 of those 3, at the moment you're thinking, okay, maybe we can keep it to just 1. This is a footnote I want to make because it's early. I don't want to draw any conclusions here, but this district has gotten a lot of attention in recent days because Sean Maloney is not just a Democratic incumbent from New York. He's the head of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. He's the head of the fundraising arm to help Democrats try to keep the majority. At the moment, he's losing in his district. I want to turn off the county line for a minute just to show you the district here. You're in the Hudson Valley, a little bit northwest of New York City, losing at the moment, but it's only 9%. So this is one of those races. Republicans would love this. They consider this, if they can get it, a trophy because he's the campaign committee chairman, but it is very, very early. And again, in the other competitive districts in New York, early for them too. So that could change, but Democrats ahead. Democrats still holding both in New Hampshire. Democrats holding that seat in Rhode Island I talked about. We're not done yet, but they're leading. Democrats, this is another one we haven't talked about all night long. Republicans were hoping to pick up, you talked about New England earlier, hoping to pick up a Democratic seat in Connecticut, only 10% of the vote, but the Democratic incumbent ahead at the moment.
Vice President Kamala Harris was dispatched to Western Connecticut a few weeks ago, early October, to buck up Democratic turnout in this area. And
the mail ballots being the most Democratic friendly. So I think there's a chunk of votes in a very big and Democratic friendly county that will be counted late in the night that could help Barnes here. You see him running short of Biden's number. What made the difference? Remember, this state in 2020, it was a Trump 16 state. It was Biden 2020, and the margin was 20,000 votes in 2020. Where Donald Trump lost the ground, a couple places, but the key is what they call the WOW counties. There's three: Ozaukee, I'm doing them out of order here, Washington, and Waukesha. Waukesha, Ozaukee, Washington. The WOW.
Grassley getting closer now in Iowa. Grassley with 31% reporting at 48%, 52% for Franken. Oz at 46%. This gap widening again with another vote dump here, widening to about 124,000 votes. Again, in Fetterman's edge here. Vance polling solidly now ahead with 220,000 more votes over Tim Ryan in Ohio. We've got, let's see here, Georgia. Here's that Herschel Walker. Now about 12,000 votes ahead of Warnock. Remember, Warnock is the incumbent right now, so this could be a flip for the Senate in Georgia.
House race. There's a House race, the 3rd district in Wisconsin. Democrats trying to hold. Trump won it. It's big. I think we just got some vote out of Arizona. So I'm just going to shift over here.
Yeah, 40% reported Arizona now.
Because in Arizona, when the vote comes in, it comes in fast. Holy cow. This is what I mean by the vote coming in fast.
Yeah.
We've now got more than 40% of the vote in Arizona's Senate race here.
Now he's the incumbent. Kelly's got a hold for Democrats. And so far, he's got a 15% lead.
50% of the vote
more
in Arizona. And you can see here what happens is they release first in one giant batch the vote, the early vote, the mail vote that was returned generally by like the Saturday before the election. Okay, that's what happens. That's what comes.
That's the first suitcase.
County. Then for the rest of the night, they report out the same day vote, and then tomorrow and later on, we're going to get the late arriving early vote. So to take a look here, Kelly leading 59-39 in this initial report out of Maricopa County. I have written down here what the initial report out of Maricopa County was in 2020, and I'm trying to find it. It was.
This looks ridiculous.
It is the initial report out of Maricopa County in 2020 was Biden by 10. In the initial report coming out of Maricopa County here in 2022 is 20 points. Now, the one thing I would caution you on is that 2020 number when Biden led the initial count by 10 in Maricopa was a much larger share of votes. It was 71% of the total vote in the county. This is a little bit more than half of the vote. So there's the possibility here that that there's more room for Masters to make up ground.
We keep seeing this needle fall here on New York Times. Look at this. You've got 71% chance that Republicans control the House here. Everybody's always been talking about this this wave of Republicans winning, but imagine Democrats retain full control. The market's going to have a heart attack. Republican Jen Kiggins wins U.S. House seat in Virginia's 2nd, beating incumbent Democrat. Hey, there is a House seat that flips to Republicans. We've got a flip. Democratic incumbent Tammy Duckworth defeats Republican challenger Kathy Salvi in race for U.S. Senate seat in Illinois. So we do have a House flip there in Virginia's 2nd. Looks like a red flip. Wonder if that's going to move our needles at all. Still 71%. Let's see what Predictit is saying for Republican Senate control now at 50. Oh, wait, no. Whoa. This flipped. Democratic control 58% for the Senate. And House control for Republicans sitting at just 87 cents. It's slipping. So you are seeing, as these results start coming in, some of that enthusiasm waning a little bit. Although this needle now moving again. Did this just move back from 71% to 72%? I think so. It did. Needle moved back to 72%. Let's look at the final, or I should say the last, not the final. Last reads here. Georgia, still 72% reporting. We are at 49.3% Walker. That's putting us at about an 18,000 vote lead. Ted Budd winning. Well, not. I mean, we're 86% of the votes in. Ted Budd looks like it's going to be a beat for Republican here over Beasley. We've got Ohio again spreading in favor of Republican Vance. Fetterman still ahead of Oz by about 120,000 votes with 45% in. Chuck Grassley narrowing in 37% versus that 51% for the Democrat.
And on that note, I'd like to go to our friend Simone Sanders Townsend, former chief spokesperson for Vice President Kamala Harris. Simone, I know that you've been talking to sources on the ground in Wisconsin. We're obviously watching that Senate race and also that governor's race very closely. What are you hearing from your sources?
Republican Schmidt defeats Democrat Valentine in race for Republican-held U.S. Senate seat in Missouri. Republican defeating Democrat in Missouri.
Democrats in the state spent a lot of time and effort to increase turnout, particularly among young people and Black voters and women. Those were some of the targets. In Milwaukee, for example, a Black voter turnout is up. I believe they said over 123% at this time in the last midterm election. Young people up 300% across the state. They've seen lots of great turnout over long lines on college campuses, University of Madison, UW in Eau Claire, in Milwaukee. So people are feeling emboldened, but they do caution it is going to be a long night. Now, Mandela Barnes' campaign has said that and Mandela Barnes told me himself that he is used to being the underdog here, and he's fine that people have maybe counted him out, but they are still quite competitive. And I think that we are currently seeing that in the numbers. Again, it's still a long night. Milwaukee will take a long time to count because different municipalities count differently. It is not a centralized count. And then Dane County, again, where Madison is still coming in, but they feel good. And I have long since said, Rachel, that I do think that it's not Pennsylvania that is the most flippable seat for Democrats. It is actually Wisconsin.
And Simone, in terms of looking at those two races simultaneously, anything that you're hearing out of the state, anything you know about these races and the way they're being run, what can you tell us about synergy between the Mandela Barnes campaign and the Tony Evers campaign? Because we're obviously getting reports of votes from the same precincts in the same part of the states, but there's a split with Evers coming in at a higher percentage of the vote than Barnes has at this point. Is there synergy between the two campaigns?
Quick note, look at how tight this race here is between Spanberger and Vega in Virginia's 7th, leaning now Democrat, but 95% of the votes in, 51-49. That's pretty dang tight. And that's a Democrat incumbent holding on to their seat tentatively. Probably going to stay that way with 95% in, but we'll see. Michael Bennet, a Democrat, winning Senate race in Colorado.
Saying a negative ad. So that has to account for something. I will tell you though.
Let's go ahead and flip channels here. Let's get back to try to stay a little balanced, get a little mix of both. There we go.
From a Republican-led House and Senate, a recognition that they were sent there to get a job done, and I think they'll go do it.
Governor, you bounced around the country. A lot of people ask the question, after you do that, do you have aspirations for a different office after you're term limited in Virginia?
Well, I've been very, very focused on November the 8th and supporting great candidates and really helping folks that are standing for these values that are most important, of making sure that the economy is delivering for our citizens and not a headwind against them keeping their hard-earned money, and making sure that parents are represented not just at the table, but at the head of the table, and that law enforcement is supported and not demeaned. These are basic kitchen table concerns. And this is where we've been focused.
Yeah.
I believe
It sounds
that
like,
we're
you've
working
been thinking
hard in
about it.
Virginia and delivering.
Sounds like
By the way, as these election results are coming in, you can see Bitcoin dropping there for a moment, under 18,000 for just a moment in the last few minutes here. We're on the minute chart right here. You can see BTC climbing, but looks like potentially some either liquidations or something just here in the last 3 minutes. Now we are getting a little bit of a push right now, 18.2. I'm sure Bitcoin is reacting to at least some element of what's happening in the election cycle. So we'll keep an eye on BTC here as sort of a little bit of a tell as what risk assets are doing. Stock futures are kind of flat right now. Tech futures are sitting at only 0.08% to the upside. S&P 500 and Dow 30 actually slightly negative, 0.03, 0.13 to the downside. So some of that red wave optimism starting to wane at least slightly. Let's keep listening in here.
Outstanding, and on top of that, his management of the hurricane, if you contrast that with the COVID management from the White House, was spot on. So I think you've got a package there. You know, I think Laura said the future of the Republican Party is in Florida. I think she's right.
Mark, what do you think the message of tonight is so far?
Well, I think so far it's a shift to the Republicans, but not a wave. I think the House gets a clear rebuke for overspending, inflation, and the economy. But I also think that on the Senate, particularly the Trump candidates are struggling. And to me, this looked like Florida was a real wave for the Republicans, an affirmation of DeSantis as a potential Republican presidential candidate. And I think this puts Donald Trump in a very difficult position.
So, Mark, we talked about the closing messages, and in previous interviews, you questioned the Democrats' closing with threats to democracy, talking about abortion off of the Roe v. Wade decision overturn. But now, when you look at these numbers now, do you think that worked?
No, I don't think it worked. It's not like I think the Democrats are going to come out of this with seats. Look, I always think messages that bring the country together, that win swing voters, are better messages for the long term. It's how you ultimately win presidential races. I think Democrats rallied their base. They avoided some really difficult issues. But
Republican Kim Reynolds wins re-election in Iowa's governor race.
Just as divided as it was before. And this is not going to be resolved. You know, the voters said they don't want Joe Biden or Donald Trump running for president. The country wants to move forward. And until they get to move forward, they're going to be very evenly divided. And that's what I think we're seeing.
Mo?
Yeah, Mo, how's that message heard at the White House?
I mean, look, and I'm going to agree with Mark here. We've gone are the days where we would see these major pendulum swings. We're seeing a pendulum nudge, right?
Let's get another update over here. I do want to just give it, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm going to open up for just a moment, just in case while we wait in between getting some, election results. We will open up the chat. In the NFL. Okay, Alexa, shut up. Not exactly sure why she's starting to talk, but anyway, let's go ahead and get some updates here. I do want to just I'm opening up the chat just for a moment in case you have any questions about the new course that I've launched, Elite Hustlers University. It drops on Black Friday. You could get in the pre-sale now, so it gets you special early bird pricing. It's actually the lowest priced course we have, and it's going to be some incredible value. It does come with a monthly component to it as well, so it's different from some of the other courses where this is all about increasing your income and analyzing people's income on a daily basis with new lectures on a daily basis for analysis, and also weekly live streams. Once a week live streams that'll be separate from the course member live streams, doing Q&A for entrepreneurs. And this would be whether you're an employee or self-employed. The Elite Hustlers University is all about increasing your income. So make sure to check that out. The link is down below, along with obviously the courses on building your wealth through either real estate or property management, being a real estate agent, stocks, and the psychology of money. So let's go ahead and get the latest here. The latest we have here is we have Georgia now 74% in, with Herschel Walker up by about 30,000, up by about 30,000 right here on Georgia. We've got Iowa. Grassley flips. We were waiting for that to happen, a Grassley flip, and we have gotten it. 42% of the votes in. You've got Ohio, Vance well ahead now with an 8% spread over Tim Ryan, and Fetterman still beating Oz by about a 5% spread right now. Still about 150,000 votes, though. All right, let's hop back on over and see what we got here. Naming, this is the Elite Hustlers University. I hear somebody else has a Hustlers University. This is the elite version, where we've got some amazing lectures from Kevin on the blackboard. They're really good. They're really, really good lectures about increasing your income, and it's a bargain. You use that Black Friday coupon down below. It's really a bargain. All of those lectures will be live on Black Friday, and get in during the pre-sale, and you'll have the best pricing. It's really incredible. So, all right, let's listen in here. What else do we have here? Oh yeah, let's do the needles one more time. Let's see if I think they moved down to 71% again. Best company for a personal loan. You know, I personally, if I needed to get a personal loan, I have never used them, but I would give SoFi a try. You know, not sponsored by them. Don't invest in their company, but you know, I would give them a try. They're doing a lot of personal loans right now. Yeah, I don't know anything about this other Hustlers University. I'm not gonna comment on it. All I know is I got Elite Hustlers, and it's going to be incredible. It already is. And you're all going to love it. I'm very confident of that.
If you see him change the White House, however, then I think all bets are off.
No. Look, I mean, I think the president's already started signaling what he's going to want to talk about. And we'll see what he does come out. I mean, they say he's going to make a statement tomorrow, right? I think I heard that. So I think we'll start to see some tea leaves there. I think part of it depends on what a new Republican majority in the House does as well, though.
I get that, but what do you think the president's going to do?
Well, yes, all of the Elite Hustlers live streams will be archived as well. So that way, if you can't make it to those live streams, you'll get all of those in an archive. Yes. And if you're a member of Stocks and the real estate groups, that is separate from the Elite Hustlers. But if you're a course member, you can tag me in Discord for the member coupon code, or just email me if you want a custom bundle or you have any questions. Send an email to kevin@meetkevin.com. We'll get you taken care of. So if you want to bundle up, you want us to make you a custom bundle for courses, or you have any questions, just kevin@meetkevin.com. We'll take care of you. The wealth course is actually getting completely remade. All of those wealth course lectures will be present, but the wealth course has been turned into the Elite Hustlers course with a complete remake and a substantial amount of hours of new content, filling in some gaps. I wasn't really happy with what I had done the first time around, so I really wanted to make the course substantially better. So whoever's part of the wealth course already has lifetime access to that. All right, let's get some more news here.
He won, and now he's running again. So that's the third time.
And he may have to run again in a month, December 6th. That's just the way it is. We'll see how this one plays out. So the question is, where is Abrams underperforming Warnock? And it's not in as many places, right? It's not in as many places because it's the percentages. It's the percentages. But
what do you mean it's not as many places? It looks like
if you come in and look at it, it's in everywhere. It's everywhere. In the sense that she's running, she's running behind him because nothing changes, right? So again, you come in, and so the point. Sorry, I was distracted because the point I was going to make is you come in here and you think, okay, Senator Warnock's getting blown out here, right? And he is. But in close races, to your point about Brian Kemp, popular conservative governor who's doing okay in the Democratic areas. Okay.
Not horrific.
Right,
yeah.
not horrific, right? But he's doing okay. And then you come out here where Herschel Walker's getting 65%. You say, well,
we are at 76% now, by the way, for Georgia. Herschel Walker's pulled ahead by quite a bit, 0.8%. He's up by about 25,000 votes right now. You've got Iowa's Grassley up 4%. Fetterman still up 4% over Oz, about half of the votes in. Vance winning in Ohio. No new information yet on Arizona. Louisiana, John Kennedy, Republican, incumbent at 66. I mean, just sweeping. Let's look at the needles to see if the needles have adjusted at all. Thank you next is reminding you to like the stream. Elite Hustler is only like $299. There's a monthly component after that if you want to be part of that. But otherwise, the lectures, the pre-sale is a really good deal right now. Senate forecast, still got the needles sitting at a toss-up, 71% here for House control, and looking at the three toss-ups, still leading Fetterman 2.4% for Pennsylvania. We'll see the toss-up. Nevada will be a toss-up. That'll be important for Senate control. Georgia obviously is going to be a big one. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, I don't know this Andrew guy, but I don't think he qualified for entrance. Just kidding. Okay, so let's look at Predict It. Yeah, it's a really good deal. Like $299 for what you're gonna get. It's really, it's like an amazing Black Friday deal. All right. 67% chance of Democratic Senate control on Predict It. That's a big move. I mean, this is a big flip-flop. So the Senate was at 55 cents at 638. We're now at 731, and we're at 67% Dems. Only 37 cents Republican on Predict It. And if we go to the House, we're only at 82 cents. That's down from now 89 cents. Less than an hour, about 45 minutes ago, we were at 89 cents. Now we're at 82 for Republican. We've got the Hong Kong Hang Seng Tech Index down 2% as this red wave isn't as deep as expected. I think a lot of folks were expecting a big sweep, and you're not seeing that yet. Tanks. That's a good one. All right, let's listen in over here.
No, and we did in the presidential race.
Yeah.
We did in the runoffs.
CPI
have a pretty
is Thursday.
significant impact in terms of concern, at least. We don't know exactly how it's impacted turnout just yet. But while it's been rain and high winds here up to the north near Reno, heavy snow has been falling throughout the day. Now, to get into a little dynamic of this race here, it's really, really interesting. We're here in Clark County, home of Las Vegas, and this is an area where Democrats spend a whole lot of time and effort, including incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez.
If you already have the Path to Wealth course, you do not need to buy the Elite Hustlers. You will automatically get that on Black Friday.
But then you go to the 15 rural counties, and that is where Republican challenger Adam Laxalt, he has really put his focus, hoping that high turnout in those areas would help offset losses in Washoe and in Clark County. But we've seen something really fascinating coming out of Washoe County. Those vote totals, or at least the turnout totals that we've seen throughout the day, Republicans had outnumbered Democrats 2.5 times in Washoe County. So the dependence on those rural counties for Laxalt really may not be as large as he had once expected. But we have another issue here when you look at turnout. I mean, we have early voting, but also these mail-in ballots. In this state, you could postmark your mail-in ballot by today. It will still count, or you could have the option to drop it off in person. And in some of those cases, those mail-in ballots will not be counted tonight. It could take up to 7 days. Guys?
Okay.
Quick shout out to Christina, Nicholas, Matthew, and Antonio and Eric for signing up for courses. Awesome. Happy to have you aboard.
The Attorney General has run a pretty strong race. He's running well ahead of the Senate candidate there, Lieutenant Governor Fetterman. We can make this call. There was a concern about Mastriano and in Republican circles, but Democrats, remember, spent a lot of money putting Mastriano, supporting him in the primary, one of several candidates around the country that they did that to. Shapiro, though, to his credit, ran a pretty tight race, one in which a lot of luminaries came in.
Republican Needle now down to just 70% chance of winning the House.
Where we talk a lot about whether or not there's a split decision that voters have between Shapiro and Dr. Mehmet Oz in that race. We've got a ways to go before we can get to any decision there. But Mastriano obviously could not stand up to the challenge of Josh Shapiro, who was very middle of the road and was very well liked in the state of Pennsylvania. He's 56 to 42 in that race. So let's bring in Republican Tim Scott, who has had a very good night and will serve another term in the United States Senate. He has been a very popular senator and also one who gets a lot of attention on the net.
Yes, the other courses still include lifetime access to the live streams. So stock psychology of money, real estate, those get you lifetime access to the finance live streams that we do every morning. Those are separate from the Hustler Lives. And the ongoing Hustler content. Those are separate. Okay, Edison Research projects that Republicans have picked up 5 net House seats. That is now up from their research of 4 at 644. So we're at 735. Edison Research coming in net 5 House seats to Republicans per Edison Research. Republican Eric Schmidt defeats Democrat Trudy Bush Valentine in race for Republican-held U.S. Senate seat. So that is maintaining the Republican seat.
Trey?
Senator, why was it so close?
Trey, that's a great question. I didn't do all that I should have done. 62 to 37 is way too close from my perspective. I agree with you, Trey. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Trey, do you have anything else you want to ask him?
I am not going to ask you what they're asking me, what your future plans are. My guess is just to go to bed and get some sleep. Are those your future plans?
Well, actually, Trey, I think you made a strong announcement earlier, and I want to make it clear that you were 100% right. One of the things I have in my future is buying the Dallas Cowboys. You're 100% right.
There you go. Hey, Senator, as you bounced around the country, and you were a very popular surrogate for a lot of candidates, we asked this to Virginia Governor Youngkin. What did you see coming back as far as the issues, and what do you take from that to, if Republicans control the Senate, what you all are going to do with a Democratic president?
Yeah, but the one thing we have to do is create the contrast between the Biden administration and common sense. So if you think about the fact that we have enough energy resources in this country to be energy independent, we should focus on that as a priority. You think about 19 months of inflation outpacing pay increases. That means that Biden has delivered a pay cut to the American people. 8 months, over 8%. Devastating impact for people who grew up like I did in a single parent household, working paycheck to paycheck. We can turn the spigot off, slow down the spending in Washington. That means your paycheck will go up because inflation will go down. We have to secure our borders. If we are serious about American security, we have to stop the flow of fentanyl across our southern border. We also have to make sure that we do not find 98 more people on the terrorist watch list crossing our southern border. So finding a way to create an impediment on our southern border is one of the fastest ways for us to prove to the American people we're listening.
So, as we look across the state right now, across the country right now, there's still this question about whether or not there is a red wave this evening. And it seems to be a bit tempered, at least at this moment. And if that is the case, why do you think that is?
Well, there's no doubt that All the polls came out last last 2 weeks, suggesting that we were heading in the right direction. I said across the country, keep the pedal to the metal. I think it's premature for us to figure out whether it's a red wave or not. I would suggest that we should continue to focus on those battleground states. The good news is the states that were in question, Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Ohio, we're still in really good positions there. Pennsylvania, I'm still very optimistic. And then the pickup states, you think about where we are going to be in Nevada and Arizona State. In Arizona, I think we still have a strong chance to finish strong.
Senator Scott, we appreciate your time, and you can cue the people behind you.
Okay, let's hear it from the people behind me.
All right, have a good night, sir.
Moms
Thank
for
you.
Tim Scott there. Thank you.
Let's
Thanks,
head
Senator.
over to Bill Hemmer with the latest. Where are you taking us, Bill?
A couple things.
So I'm noticing as the needle falls of the likelihood of Republicans getting this House control, I am seeing BTC slip and trend down here as the election night here progresses. We'll see what happens, but that needle was pretty confidently about 75% on a Republican win of the House with the New York Times needles. It's actually just popped up again. It fell down to 71%. It just moved up to 73%. So you're really seeing that lean is getting super, super tight there. 18 toss-ups left in the House races. Got two big toss-ups, Nevada and Georgia here in the Senate races. Let's look at the predicted polls. Predicted poll for Senate shows Democratic control was at 67 cents, now at, let's see, while that loads, let's load this. 67 cents now at, come on, predicted, 65 cents. So actually a little bit of a tightening there towards Republicans. 82 cents here on the potential for winning the House. It's been roughly stable here. We go back to the chart now. Let's see here. Back onto the chart. We are at, let's let this load. 77% in on Georgia. Herschel Walker ahead by 17,000 votes. This is 27,000 votes, sorry. It's pretty dang close. Iowa Grassley, nice lead here now, 6%. This flip-flop from those early mail-in ballots. Same thing with Tim Ryan. Tim Ryan had a big lead. And we kind of saw this in prior elections as well. The Republican numbers really start moving up after those later actual physical votes come in, as opposed to the mail-in ballots, which tend to lean Democrat. It's now being called by NBC that Grassley defeats Franken in Iowa. That's right here. The New York Times has not called that yet. However, NBC just now calling that. Also, yep, there's NBC calling that. Taking a peek here, we've got NBC News projecting. Yep. Looking here at Vance, 54%, 8% lead. Pennsylvania, Fetterman, Oz just can't close this gap. It's still another 110,000 votes, 59% reported. Can't get that gap closed. Needles also, see if we got any more movement here in the needles after we just got a couple calls. 74%. Okay, moving back to Republican. This is a nail biter. Somebody indicating here that Politico shows Warnock ahead. Let's give Politico a peek and see who's reporting more votes at the moment. Why there might be a difference here. Tight race for Senate. All right, come on. Let's see here. So if you go to Politico, you see you see Herschel Walker ahead here, 72% of the votes in. So similar here, Walker ahead. Grassley, again, has been called by NBC. All right. Okay, incumbent Davids wins re-election to House seat in Kansas's 3rd. This is an incumbent Democrat, according to Edison Research.
You'll notice.
So say that again, because we said it earlier,
Yep,
but
right.
each state does it differently. How they count it and
right.
what goes first.
And
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania counts the mail-in ballots that they got and began working at 7 a.m. this morning, which tend to be more Democrat. Those get reported early, and then they begin moving the ballots that were cast today, which tend to be more Republican.
Wow. Okay. So, Carl, here we go. This is Chester County. You just mentioned it. These are the collar counties around Philadelphia. Oz at 44%, right? What was Trump doing? Trump was doing 40%, right? Okay. So you're 1 for 1, Carl. Let's move around here to Montgomery County. Wow. With 30% in. Oz at 20%. Here was Trump 2 years ago. All right. So he's got some work to do. But again, a lot of that vote is still outstanding.
20%. Go back when it gets to 30 and go back when it gets to 40. And the gap between the two is going to narrow. The question is, how rapidly can Oz move up as the election day votes show up? And is it enough to close the gap?
Mark Penn, you want to weigh in?
No, I think it's true. It's all about the Philadelphia suburbs. Oz knew that. That's where he centered his campaign. And he's obviously not running away with it. We're going to be here long into the night as to how this race is decided.
I would also point out that in Pennsylvania, they don't even begin the process of verifying the mail-in ballot. So they've got to grab the envelope, make sure it has a date on it, which was a big issue in the primary in Pennsylvania as well, and verify them before they even begin the process of running them all through the machine.
Yeah.
And the Fetterman campaign is obviously...
They do look at them to make certain that the exterior of the envelope meets the conditions of having been signed and dated.
Right.
Because each election authority has responsibility to alert the voter, you got a mistake with your ballot, you got to come and cure it.
Then they've got some time to go do that.
Yeah, well, but they do that as it arrives, but they can't open the ballot and do all the stuff you need to do until 7 a.m. on Tuesday morning.
Brett, the Fetterman campaign filed these lawsuits.
CNN projects Virginia Democrat incumbent Representative Luria has lost her election bid to Republican Jen Kiggins. This is a Virginia incumbent. This would be a flip to Republican. This would be one of the House seats flipping. Spanberger, Democrat, pushed her party to promote more moderate policies. Democrats are not having an awesome night, but it does indicate that it may not be as horrible as thought. Yeah, this is kind of what we're seeing. It's not as big of a sweep as thought. Ultra competitive congressional race between Democratic incumbent Tom Malinowski, and Keene Jr. in the Garden State. Let's see here. His lead slipping somewhat, 54 to 45. Philadelphia Inquirer's the Philadelphia Inquirer's reporters is suggesting that Dr. Oz has the potential of moving ahead if he does well in the Philadelphia suburbs. We'll see about that, because right now he's kind of been lagging. Let's get a little refresh on the numbers here. So Georgia's still sitting at 77%. Grassley's been called in Iowa. Ohio's going to be Vance. We're at 85% in. Fetterman, this is narrowing. Oz and Fetterman now, I mean, it's vacillated a lot here. What is that, about 96,000 votes apart? Utah's got 1% in, 50% in for Arizona. Pretty dang leaning towards the incumbent over here, Democrat. Let's get a needle update and a predicted update. Let's see here. Needle, 74% for Republicans on House. Predicted poll, Democrat, 67% Senate control, 88% House. House moving back up. Yeah, the states to watch right now are Georgia, Arizona, And to some degree, Pennsylvania, though it doesn't look like Oz is going to be able to pull through here. But you're going to have a big Senate swing on this Arizona and Georgia. Those are going to be the big ones. And looking for potentially up to 6 flips for the House for Republicans to gain House control. That would be 6 net pickups needed for House control. And you can see some of these close races here. Texas is 28th, New York 19. We've got actually a lot of blue in control over here in some of these early ones. A lot of blue leads over here. Look at that. Blue. Blue. You've got a red over here in New York. So New York 17th. But a lot of those races to watch looking blue right now. So again, not this really big red wave. A lot of folks were really hoping for. That is leaving Bitcoin vacillating a little bit, although it did just move up about 1%. Got a little bit of a move here on risk assets, just popping off of that 18.1, now sitting closer to about 18.2.5. Democratic incumbent Maggie Hassan defeats Republican challenger Donald Bullock in race for U.S. Senate seat in New Hampshire.
For all you politics watchers, stay with us. America's future taking shape before our very eyes.
Nope, I won't.
So no matter what you do online, with starting speeds of...
Ain't gonna be here either then. Oh. No.
A statement from...
We're not doing the devil's...
I think we need those memes. We need a meme of 2 Rachels, like the Spider-Man meme where they're like facing each other. There needs to be a Rachel and a Rachel.
I can just actually just hit myself. I can just do that.
Rachel and anger Rachel. Can I just say, if we're still here, Chase Oliver down in Georgia.
Yeah.
He's the, 43. This could come down to Georgia and the libertarian who's pulling 2 points.
Can we put up the 2 board on the, okay, well, it's a 3 board. It has to be. So right now, this is 83% in. Neither Walker nor Warnock is at 50%. This is considered to be too close to call. The reason Mr. Oliver is there, even though he doesn't have a chance, is because what he does have a chance of doing is denying either candidate the chance to get to 50%. And if neither of them gets to 50%, there's another election on the 6th. On December 6th, which very well could decide control of the Senate.
And it will come down to that guy, Chase Oliver, who was not, I mean, it won't. We don't know at this stage, but the weirdness of all of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, just to make it even worse, I mean, there's a possibility, just talking with folks in New Hampshire, I mean, in Nevada, that one might come down to some issues as well, that race is very sluggish and there's some issues with mail. So if that also becomes I mean, you could literally have 2 races in this cycle that are, remember when that happened with Al Franken? It took 6 months to figure out.
Don't even say that.
I know not to bring up.
Erase
bring
that
it back.
from the air. Take it back.
Okay, there are 2 me's now, and one of them is
Our friend Chris Hayes is with the Political Insiders right now. Boy, has a lot happened in the last 20 minutes or so. Chris, we want to hear from you guys on this.
A lot has happened. I am processing it all here with David Plouffe, Jen Psaki, and Michael Steele. Where should we start? Let's start on Shapiro.
Yeah.
Which I think, the polling expectation was that he would win.
Yeah.
But the call this early in the night has to leave Democrats feeling pretty good.
Yeah, he ran a great race. And he's actually a Democrat that a lot of Democrats should watch because he was running such a good race and was, so ahead for so long. I don't know that a lot of people tuned in closely, but it's good for other Democrats running in Pennsylvania.
Hey, it's Circle Back Psaki. She's at MSNBC now. Look, she got a gig.
Different. So we were just talking about this than what we all thought this night was going to look like.
I agree with you. Say more about that.
Well, I think early on.
Did she get a spray tan? I want to. I can't. I don't know. I'm gonna change the channel. I thought we were done with Circle Back Psaki. I'm a circle back to Fox.
Included. Get.
Oh.
country might have looked like. It's quiet.
All right, well, still a commercial over here. All right, I will hop in over here for a moment. Let's see what we got on times. So, still 77% reported over in Georgia. Grassley, 10% lead. Vance, basically a 9% lead over here. Fetterman, this is getting tight. Look at that. 50 to 48% right now with 66% of the votes in. That's a nail-biter race, and Oz is picking up. Looking at Atlanta, Warnock is just absolutely destroying Walker. Republican Vance defeats Tim Ryan for Ohio, now called by Edison Research. Vermont voters back measure securing abortion rights in the state's constitution. All right.
Tonight, they are not getting Virginia 7. We are still watching this. I'm sorry, we're not going to call that yet. This is the other one, Virginia 10. This is the Jennifer Wexton race, and this is more of a reach, Bill Hemmer, because these are the three that really we're watching closely.
As we started the night, we put all the key races to the left side of the map here. And these were the three we're watching here in Virginia. When they turn blue, it's Democrat. When they turn red, it's Republican. And Virginia 7. Spanberger has done something that is, she's a good candidate. You give it to her. After 2018, tough race down around Richmond, another tough race in 2020. And she's able to beat. Yesli Vega was a good candidate, law enforcement background. She was good on the stump, very enthusiastic, worked super hard, but Spanberger is able to hold her off. Let me just click down here. We have not called Virginia 2 yet. I know some others have out there, but maybe, this 10-point lead stands here.
No, we did. No, we did not call it. It's not called. What we did call is Virginia 10, he conceded. That is what we're learning.
Hung cow.
So now we have 2 Democrat wins in Virginia, and we're waiting on Virginia 2, the Elaine Luria.
And it looks like Higgins is in a real good spot right now to win this. I mean, this is where we are, right? Just about 80% of the vote in. She's up 10 points. So in all likelihood, when we started the night, we had these 3 big races there in Virginia. It looks like at the moment the Democrats have a good chance of hanging on to 2 of the 3. Which I know will not make Kevin McCarthy happy, but we'll see what happens in other places across the country.
We had thought, of course, that Virginia might be a state where Republican pickups would signal a wave.
Right.
And they may win the Luria race, right? Higgins may win; she's ahead.
Yes.
But the other 2 look like they've gone the other way. So that tells us something about across the country, or doesn't tell us.
Well, exactly.
Across the country.
How we read it. Let's go down to Washington. We've got Guy Benson and Marie Harf. Add them to the conversation. Guy, let me start with you. I mean, just reacting to this Virginia news. You were following this very closely, all 3 of those races, what this means. And it does look like the GOP is heading towards a House majority, but we just don't know how big.
Yeah, Virginia 2 is a majority maker type district for Republicans. 7 and 10 would have been wave makers and tsunami makers, respectively. But it looks like the Democrats have held on to both of those districts. So far, the evening, Brett, big picture for me is a tale of Florida and everything else. Epic night so far for the Republicans in Florida. Shocking margins, 20 points almost for Ron DeSantis, unfathomable. And a lot of the heavy lifting so far in terms of House gains coming in Florida for the Republicans. Everywhere else, it's looking like a dogfight. If there is a national wave building for the Republicans, it hasn't quite materialized yet. It might do so later into the evening, but a big blowout red wave early on, not happening.
Marie, welcome. Good to have you with us. Your
Thanks,
thoughts
Martha.
as you watch this develop, as we've talked about a lot, does Virginia give a message for the rest of the country or not?
Republican John Kennedy wins re-election in Louisiana, now called.
Pretty happy with the results. In every place we were concerned that would really, indicate a red wave, we're just not seeing it. Even places like New Hampshire, where it looks like Maggie Hassan will hold on. those are good signs, particularly in the Senate. And again, as Guy said, we may get more of a wave the further we get into the evening, but it's just not there yet.
That is true. That is also true. You got to keep that in mind, that vote by mail ballot really makes you think you're not getting the red wave, because that early voting is just, yeah, Florida was good for Republicans, but so far it's just like you got some really close races here and Democrats holding on to some stuff. 79% now. Herschel Walker ahead by 0.4%, up about 12,000 votes in Georgia. Ohio's Vance, that's a slam dunk. Tim Ryan was leading. Looks like Tim Ryan is not only not staying in the House, but he's out of this, not getting into the Senate either. Whoa, look at that narrowing. What do we got over here? 67% of votes in. You've got a 2% spread between Fetterman and Oz over here, but that's still almost 80,000 votes of a difference. Arizona's still pretty clearly Dem right now, but again, mostly just those early vote by mail ballots counted.
It could be a massive night for the Republicans across the country. That one's not going to pan out. Maggie Hassan, who I think on paper was very vulnerable, breathed a sigh of relief tonight. She didn't have a terribly strong opponent, so they're going to hold that seat, the Democrats are. Dogfight in Pennsylvania, and then you look out west. I think that's where a lot of the action is going to end up, in Nevada, in Arizona, of course. And then I hate to already float this possibility, but might the groundhog come out and show us 4 more weeks of a campaign in that Georgia Senate race? It could go for Walker tonight, or it might go to a runoff for December 6th, potentially again, with Senate control on the line. That's something I'm watching.
Guy, Marie, thank you so much. We are counting down to the top of the hour and the close of polls.
That's right. Here we go with our 11 p.m. Eastern time calls. 11 o'clock in New York, and the polls have just closed in 4 more states.
Let's see.
We start in Washington, where Democratic incumbent Patty Murray has a lead over Republican challenger Tiffany Smiley. This has been a very closely watched race. A lot of late money coming in to try to save Patty Murray in this race. Tiffany Smiley has been seen as a very strong candidate for Republicans out there, so no call on that one as of yet.
In California, Democratic Senator Alex Padilla is projected to win his first full term, defeating Republican Mark Musser.
Let's go to Oregon, where we can project that Democratic Senator Ron Wyden has won his 5th term in office. He defeated candidate Jo Rae Perkins.
Idaho Republican Senator Mike Crapo has also retained his seat. As we look at the balance of power in the Senate now, and there are fewer white seats there, 45 to 44. Again, the majority is 51. Really, Republicans wanted to have the long shot win in Don Bolduc in New Hampshire, but they still have a path to the majority tonight.
In the Oregon governor's race, Tina Kotek is locked in a tight race with rival Christine Drazan. This is another area that Republicans have been looking to see if there can be an upset in Oregon. It's a 3-way race. There's also an independent candidate involved in this, so too close to call there.
We can project that Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom will easily win another term just 1 year after he survived a recall. And obviously, there's a lot of whispers about his possible ambitions after California governor, but we'll see.
Finally, in the Idaho governor's race, Republican incumbent Brad
He's going to
Little
be in that 2024 race, I believe, unless Biden tells him no. The Democratic Party, they do that nonsense.
Race and bringing in some of our guests on this. Dana, this is an area where there was a lot of enthusiasm for Republicans looking at Don Bolduc, that he was coming from behind, and he certainly had that kind of energy that sometimes you see exhibited by somebody who can close very well in a race. This is not even close.
So we had Governor Sununu, who just won his reelection in New Hampshire, on America's Newsroom yesterday. And he was very bullish. And he was, of course, I understand all politicians say, of course, we're going to win. But Chris Sununu, it was somebody who said, oh, yeah, he knows that state like the back of his hand. It's like, we're going to win this. So I think Republicans will have some soul searching to do here because, one, there was a primary where all the candidates got beat up on the Republican side, and Bolduc wins. And this was somebody who the Democrats wanted to win.
He was a Trump guy.
Yes.
He's a Trump guy. And isn't this the first race we've called involving a Trump-backed Senate candidate? I think it is.
Yes, and it's also somebody who the Democrats helped. They helped him win the primary, and then they got real nervous because Maggie Hassan looked like she might lose. incumbents are hard to beat. The last 2% is very hard to get, but it seems that Bolduc even lost quite handily. And so some of that information is just not there. I was just thinking too about how a lot of questions are swirling about polling and about conservatives, Republicans maybe not being as responsive.
Okay, Oz is only about 54,000 seats behind right now. 54,000 seats behind in Pennsylvania. That's narrowing a lot. Padilla, I mean, I think that it's so hard to win as a Republican in California. Crapo, Idaho. I don't think we were really expecting any kind of changes here. Grassley, this should be called on the New York Times. He's got a 12% spread. Vance, this should be called on the Times. That's nothing right now. Really, the ones we're watching here, Pennsylvania, Georgia. If we get a runoff in Georgia, I think that's if you don't get at least 50%, you get a runoff over here. It's going to be just like January 2021. Remembers who was here January 5th, 2021, when we were doing the needles to see who would win in Georgia, to see what control would be and if Democrats would be able to push through that $2,000 stimulus check, remember, which ended up being $1,400, and Joe Biden called it the roundup. Anyway, 73% on the needles for leaning Republican. Thank you, next. Thank you. JG, thanks, man. Thanks for being here. All right, let's see what the predicted polls are showing. Senate control and Republican control. What do we have? 58% chance Democratic Senate, 88% chance House or based on predicted. Really, the Senate one has been moving a lot here. Okay, we just got a call. Incumbent Democrat winning House seat in Ohio's 9th. Republican Kemp, governor, winning re-election against Democrat Abrams, Georgia's governor race. Okay. Pop back over here. Oh, let's listen to Huckabee for a sec. Hold on.
One of the most amazing things about tonight is that no matter how it turned out, Arkansas was going to make history tonight. I know it will be the honor of a lifetime to serve as Arkansas's 47th governor and the first female governor. The country has ever seen. And I'm hoping to take that title away from him pretty soon.
Nice. Nice. All right. Yeah, so nothing yet here from Nevada, waiting. Someone here from Australia wondering if we could explain how this works. Yeah, so basically, so the stock market wants Republicans, the conservatives, to either win the House, the Senate, or both. If they do, they can stop Joe Biden from basically doing anything, with the exception of things that are obviously negotiated in bipartisanship. The benefit that's deemed for the stock market there is that when there's gridlock, little can get done. And so that's good, potentially, because you can't get restrictive policies passed. You can't get inflationary policies passed. You basically just do nothing. That's less potential, taxes, less regulation. It's basically just pause. The Inflation Reduction Act is already passed, so we're expecting that to be a positive for energy companies next year. Tesla, Enphase, whatever. Bitcoin and risk assets will obviously be reacting to this election pretty closely, so we'll watch these pretty tightly. But big trends that we really have to watch right now are Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, which we don't even have numbers for yet. Those are going to be the big Senate ones. And so far, are House seats. I believe the House right now needs 6 seats to go Republican, and they got to hold 6. I think they've flipped 5, but who knows? They could also get flipped in some other seats. So we'll see what happens. A little harder to track the House there, but we'll pay attention on that. And then just looking at the numbers now, we're at 84% reported in Georgia. And the Herschel Walker numbers still at about a 20,000 spread here, 18,000 vote spread. Very, very, very tight race. Ohio is going to be Vance. Iowa just got updated, called for Grassley. The Fetterman-Oz runoff or campaign here, 71% of votes in. We're looking at like a 46,000 vote spread. It's getting so tight between Fetterman and Oz here. Utah looking Republican with about 14% in, but that is an incumbent as well. Democratic incumbent here in Arizona. So we'll keep watching.
Trying to save a seat in Ohio that Rob Portman won by 20 points. That is all Republican territory, currently held Republican territory. So in order to have the status quo ante, they have to run the table and win all 4 of those races. If they lose one of them, like in Pennsylvania, that means they have to pick one up in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, New Hampshire now is off the table, Washington State, in order to keep a 50-50 Senate. So there's a huge opportunity cost because we spent $32 million to save that seat in Ohio. That is money that could have been spent in Arizona. That's money that could have been spent in New Hampshire. That's money that could have been spent in Washington State to try and help Tiffany Smiley with an upset. So there's a huge opportunity cost in picking these candidates who were running far behind the governors in their states, who were running by anywhere from 8 to 20 points. And because we had to spend that money, we're now looking at a possibility of keeping either a 50-50 Senate or maybe just barely missing or losing a seat. I mean, it's a lesson that the Republican Party is going to have to look at how this finally shapes out.
Hey, Bill, can we do a little what if?
We
Maybe?
try. I think a little risky.
Is it risky?
Well, I can screw it up.
No. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot.
I tell you what we'll do, Brett. If you guys all play along, we'll do it.
Okay, let's go.
All right, so how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Yeah, Abendessen. That's right.
I mean, you're not.
Let's jump on over here to.
Proven over 90% effective. Shingrix is a.
Come on.
Outstanding vote in this district is from the biggest, is from Westchester County, which is the most Democratic friendly part of it. So we'll see with the remaining votes what happens there. We showed you Rhode Island too. Republicans were very excited about this, 92% of the vote. And you can see Alan Fung still running 3 points behind right there. Henry Cuellar, conservative Democrat from deep South Texas. Again, this is one of those districts that really moved heavily toward Trump, but Cuellar getting some good numbers, encouraging numbers for him out of there. We do have one call now here of these vulnerable Democratic seats. It just came in the last few minutes. This is the Virginia Beach area, the 2nd district. This goes to Republicans. So that's a 6th gain for Republicans that we've shown you. But keep this in mind. At the start of the night, we said there were 3 tiers to Virginia. We said that the 2nd district was kind of the baseline. Republicans on just the kind of like, okay night would get Virginia 2 and nothing else. On a good night, they'd get Virginia 2, Virginia 7. On a great night, they'd get Virginia 2, Virginia 7, Virginia 10. They're going to get Virginia 2. So that tells you the kind of night overall it's been.
Yeah, that's a flip, by the way. Jen Kiggins winning U.S. House seat in Virginia's 2nd district is a beat over the incumbent Democrat. That is another flip for Republicans.
Offense. There's a couple others too that are surprises that we should add to this list and will add to this list. But this is where Democrats are on offense and where they can have the opportunity to offset those gains that I just showed you, or some of those gains that I just showed you. So, for instance, take a look at Illinois' 13th district. This one was redrawn. Used to be a Republican-held district. Illinois Democrats were aggressive with the redistricting, and you can see the Democrat with more than 60% of the vote is leading here. This district, as it was redrawn, is a Biden plus 11 district. If this holds as a Democratic win, It's a pickup. It offsets one of those Republican gains I showed you. This, if it holds, and it's now a 14-point advantage for Hillary Scholten over John Gibbs in Michigan's 3rd district, would be a Democratic pickup. Remember, this is the district where Republicans ousted Peter Meyer, the pro-impeachment Republican in the primary, replaced him with the pro-Trump Gibbs. This would be a pickup for Democrats, would offset what I was just showing you earlier. Texas 34. This is where over the summer, Mayra Flores, again, Deep South Texas, trended away from the Democrats in 2020. This summer, Mayra Flores won a special election. So she is the incumbent in this district. Vicente Gonzalez actually is a member of Congress who was redrawn and moved into this district. So this is a Republican seat right now that has 2 Republicans running in it. So this would be, if Gonzalez holds on here, this would be a gain for Democrats that would potentially offset a loss we were just showing you in the 15th district. Look at Ohio's 1st district. We're getting up to 90% of the vote in here. Cincinnati City Councilman Greg Landsman continues to lead Steve Chabot. Again, district redrawn here, Cincinnati-based. We could take a look at what's still to come in this district. The Republican area, basically all in. Cincinnati, still votes to come, and Landsman is ahead. Everything I'm showing you here would be a Democratic gain. We haven't even, North Carolina 13 is coming right down to the wire, but the Democrat ahead by 2 points with 90% counted. We have, New Mexico 2, 77% of the vote. This was the redraw in New Mexico was also very aggressive. This was a very Republican district that was redrawn to become a Biden +6 district. Yvette Herrell's the Republican incumbent. And look at this, with more than 3/4 of the vote in, Yvette Herrell is trailing in the tally right now. Again, these would all be Democratic pickups.
By the way, you've probably got most of the results coming in within the next 45 minutes, I'd say.
So far, if they hold, huge if there, would offset those Republican gains that we already showed you on the first page. And so what becomes key at this point, and what's starting to come into focus, I think, is first of all, how important in the next couple hours those races in New York are. 5 Democratic-held seats, where I think we're going to get a lot of information in the next couple of hours. Can Democrats hold those seats? And the other major piece of this, if Democrats can emerge from that without suffering too much damage, California is a place where Democrats, you can see it right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Republican districts in California won by Joe Biden. So if the Democrats can get through the next couple of hours and have those Republican gains, in single digits, they would have a chance at control of the House. And you really would look at an election that's coming down to, can they pick off these Republican-held seats out in California? And I'd warn you ahead of time, if it does come down to that, the count in California really is a slow one. It will take weeks. And if we're in a situation where this is just a couple of seats, these are the districts that are going to
Are they
decide.
suggesting California is slow? What?
One other one, just because I'm desperately curious before we go. Can I ask you about Colorado 3?
I was curious
I'm
myself.
sorry.
And you notice what a surprise that was to us. We didn't have it on that list there, but take a look. Almost nothing has happened since we checked in. I think they were at 72% the last time we checked in, but it remains basically a 4-point advantage for the Democrat Adam Frisch over Lauren Boebert. And we just look at the counties here.
I was just going to say, we don't know anything about what's still outstanding.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have 2, so you could show you Rio Grande here. This is Trump by 18, and this is and what we've been seeing is that Frisch has been running, about 5, 6, 7 points ahead of Biden's number. So potentially this could be a good county for him. If he runs 5, 6, he runs 7.
Let's go ahead and pull off these House results here for a moment and just get a little bit of an overview. By the way, it does look like the existing and temporary replacement governor in New York has won her governorship, and that is being called now. Georgia at 85% reporting the lead for Herschel Walker at 24,000 votes. Got to get over 50% to avoid that runoff, though. Oregon's Ron Wyden holding his lead. That's not a surprise. Pat Murray holding his lead. Her lead. Not a surprise. Ohio, Vance, 54%. This was an expectation. Grassley's win. This is getting tight percentage-wise, but again, 72% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and you've got a spread here of what, 50, 40, 46,000 votes. It's almost been that same spread for about the last 15, 20 minutes here, and those votes, they keep coming in, but Fetterman just is holding that lead above Oz. It is a nail biter, but it's being held. Herschel Walker, same spot. Let's go ahead and look at the needles. So the needle now down to 72% for Republican potential House control. Could still get a sweep here. Entirely possible that that Republicans take both. Not your traditional sweep where it would be all three, but it is what you can get in a midterm. 64 cents, though, on for a Senate controlled by Democrats on predicted, 87 cents for House. All right, let's see. Yeah, here they're talking Fetterman right now.
Herschel Walker, just because they want Republican control of the Senate, are they going to be excited about coming out and voting for that guy standalone if the control of the Senate has already been decided? So it's heartbreaking to see Sherry Beasley come that close. It's heartbreaking that we didn't have the ground game in Ohio and North Carolina that we'd like to see. But it just shows us that we can't give up on those states, especially North Carolina, because that's a state that should definitely be in play for the presidential. Overall, Rachel, it's been a good night for women. It's been a bad night for Donald Trump.
It's interesting with Sherry Beasley, too. I think we were all talking here.
I don't know. I think it's a little too early to say it's a bad night for Donald Trump. Let's see how the night ends up. Remember, he did give a nice little slam to Ron DeSantis, threatening to potentially expose Ron DeSantis with some inside info if Ron DeSantis ends up running for president. Let's listen in over here to Fox for a little bit.
Of money losing elections. On a night like this, when you have what I would describe as a disappointing performance from a number of different Republican Senate candidates, you wonder how much of that money that flowed into Stacey Abrams' coffers.
Incumbent Democrat Marcy Kaptur wins re-election to U.S. House in Ohio's 9th. Democratic incumbent Ron Wyden wins in Oregon.
Yeah, that could be the difference maker. But my sources in Georgia told me if he got the 54, that meant Walker might get the 50. So I think Britt's onto something there.
He's at 49.4 right now. Walker in this race, we have him at 49.1, and the Libertarian candidate at 70,000.
Wow, that's 5,000 votes apart right now.
Go back to Georgia.
Yeah, sure can. Just as you're saying that, okay, so you've got estimated to vote 85% is in, and Walker is shy of the 50% marker. Well, what I look at the difference here, guys. We're talking 4,400 votes between the two of them.
Do you remember when we didn't have the difference on the graphic?
Oh man,
and you and I were doing math.
Oh yeah.
6, 7,
That's what I've been doing. I've been doing mental math.
You know why it had no alibi.
No math required.
It was just ugly. I would direct the audience to these 16 metro counties that surround Atlanta. And as we do that, here's what I would say. It's rudimentary analysis right now. If our estimated vote in is 85% statewide, just keep your eye. Let's see if I can do this. Okay. Let me try it again.
Hold on a second. Colby is suggesting that Ohio was just called. Ohio is the Vance lead. Yep, that's been called. 93% of the vote in. Oz, Fetterman, 41,000 votes apart. Herschel, 5,000 votes ahead. These are such tight races, and Arizona still haven't gotten any kind of new data dump or more suitcases. So just waiting.
We hear south of Atlanta. Clayton's almost all the way in. Fayette's at 80%. Henry County is almost all the way in. You see how this is coming in here now? Rockdale, 99. Newton is 93. Did I check this one? Yeah, Gwinnett, 48. We'll come back to that one with Warnock. The point being, sorry.
Where's Athens?
I'm going to show you that in 1 second. if Warnock is going to be able to pull this out and get over 50%, a lot of those votes from the surrounding counties, it's not a lot of vote that's still
Hold
out
on.
there. for
Republican Bud defeats Democrat Beasley in Republican-held U.S. Senate seat. So that is staying U.S. Senate controlled by, or Republican-held, rather. Democratic incumbent Murray defeats Republican challenger Tiffany in U.S. Senate seat. So no flips here.
Which he played football at Georgia, but you can bet a lot of this Georgia red out here is going for Walker.
What does it look like in terms of how much of that is in and how much is not in those red
That's a good
in those red
question.
areas?
I mean, I could pop around, Britt, and it might be an interesting. Clark County's at almost 100%. Again, those numbers can change too.
Does your purple work?
Yeah, great call. Okay, here we go. So most of this, as I look at it here, is surrounding this Atlanta area here. And then you got a few others down here in South.
That's a good tool there. Shows you not too much in those more rural areas.
Be a county where the purple was more vibrant. So you got a lot of vote out there right now. Okay, it appears to be a Walker County. President Trump 2 years ago, well, look what he did in Walton County. Okay, so you've got some vote out there for Herschel Walker. Let me come out here and go back to our purple. What do you see on here? I see a few down here. I see one right along the border here with South Carolina. See what that is. That's Columbia County. Well, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Walker's at 68%. Trump was in that county. He was, okay, so an overperformance now in this part of the state for Herschel Walker. So I would say
Okay, that vote is now 1,000 apart. It's so close. It's about a 1,400 difference right now between Walker and Warnock. It's getting so tight. Fetterman and Oz. Ooh, we just got a little bit of a data dump in favor there of Fetterman. That was getting really tight, but it's spread by an additional 24,000, about 64,000 apart right now.
We are getting to the point where, as our very
China lifts lockdown around the area, affecting Foxconn, aka iPhone City.
very much in play with a number of states,
Yep.
both out west and in Georgia.
Can I ask
We'll do
one-
this again shortly.
Bill,
Go ahead.
Can you pull up New York 17 and take a look at how Maloney is
great
faring?
one, Martha.
This is like an ordering at a restaurant.
I would like with the sauce on the side, please.
And a glass of
And the
water,
California roll.
No, Mark, don't order the sushi. Great question, Martha. Really good. This is New York 17 here. Okay, so you're just north of New York City or Hudson Valley.
Wow.
This
gonna win.
Right, exactly. It looks like Mike Lawler turned out to be a real good candidate.
Yep.
And Sean Patrick Maloney's down by about 10 points, with about 70% of the vote counted. I tell you what I find interesting. If you move up the Hudson Valley here, you go up to New York 18. Look what you're seeing here. All right, Pat Ryan is just hanging on over Colin Schmidt. Both these guys are veterans. Pat Ryan ran in that special election back in August. They like this candidate a lot. And I would just say, before we get to a couple more race calls, this is New York 19. Mark Molinaro has just taken the lead over Riley. Molinaro was the one who lost to Pat Ryan just about 3 months ago. Get some race calls right now, sir.
Thank you.
You bet.
So we can project that Michigan Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer will prevail over Republican Tudor Dixon in that Michigan race. Very closely watched. Dixon was able to close the gap there towards the end, but Whitmer has pulled out another term as governor of Michigan.
We can also project that New York Governor Kathy Hochul will win her first full term in office, defeating Republican House Congressman Lee Zeldin. Now, this race, you couldn't, project at the beginning that it was going to be as close as it was. There were Democrats in this state that were saying this is a done deal and Zeldin was going to win. But Kathy Hochul pulls it out. I will point out that she brought in every luminary in the Democratic Party, including former President Obama, former President Clinton, Secretary Clinton, the whole panoply.
Brett, I just keep wondering what the Florida effect might have been on Lee Zeldin. A lot of people moved out of New York City, and he had to get at least 30%, I think 1.4 million votes in New York City. And that may have been where he fell short. I think we lost 50,000 residents in New York City in August alone. And it'll be interesting to see if some of the explosion that we saw in Florida is partly people who are disgruntled and left.
Futures now red, by the way. We've got Dow futures down 0.22%. We've got, oops, wrong chart here. Here we go. Dow futures down 0.23%. S&P futures down 0.19%. NASDAQ futures down 0.05%. How are bonds? Bond yields moving up a little bit. CPI data Thursday morning, 5:30 a.m. California time. Be there, be square. I'll be there.
And these Hudson Valley races as well. Be interesting to see what happens with Colin Schmidt and Pat Ryan. Pat Ryan considered one of the best Democratic candidates that's been out there, but Colin Schmidt right on his heels. The other thing is Lee Zeldin he finally was able to get media attention for a really big issue in New York, especially New York City, and that is crime in the city. And part of what you see in Long Island and the Hudson Valley is that they come into New York to work, and their children come here to work, or their children are living here and they're upset about it and they're worried. A little bit of a shame, I think, for Lee Zeldin that he gave it that much of a shot. Now, there is a Senate race in a couple of years, I believe, in New York. I think I have that right. He's shown that he can at least get a foothold. He had never run in a statewide race before. Maybe he will try to give it another shot. There was one other race in New York that Bill was showing me because I like this candidate up there, LaRon Singletary. New York 25. This is at Rochester, one of the highest crime rates.
Flip-flop.
Berger held on, right? Slotkin's another one of those frontline Democrats. This is a Democrat 0 + 9. It's a 50-50 district. Joe Biden won it by less than 1 percentage point by these lines. So you're looking at this, you're saying red county, red county, red county. This is a very Republican county by 20 points, but it's a small county population-wise. Most of the people in this district live here. They live in Ingham County.
Nice rise, by the way, here in BTC. Look at that. BTC now pushing to 18,300. Nice trend up here from some of that pain we had just about an hour and 15 minutes ago. We'll see how this trends. Lucid's doing great, by the way. It's actually a very good car. I mean, it's no Tesla with the self-driving, right? Edison Research still projecting a net 5 seats for Republicans. That is short of the 6 potentially needed to flip the House. Though it does seem like we're still getting a big push, or the needles are at least still leaning towards Republican control of the House. Yeah, it's back up to 74%. That needle's been bobbing around 71% to 74%. So we'll see what happens here. Let's do a quick little predict it check-in here. So let's see. Predicted 86% chance on House Republicans, 67% chance Democrats control the Senate. Quick refresh on the Times chart here. Times chart shows Warnock and Walker within 700 votes of each other. 700 votes apart. This is insane. And you got Pennsylvania here. You got Oz close again, 41,000 votes apart, 77% of the votes in. Arizona, this is actually tightening. Look at that. Well, is it? No, I think it's been 58-40. And we still haven't actually really gotten a good push of data here, just sort of that early voting data coming in. All right, keep going here.
The building blocks. If you're trying to think,
stand by for CNN projection, they say.
These frontline Democrats who are in the tough districts, they're going to watch, especially as we get closer to knowing, calling more races in the East and coming out to the West. And so you see more light races out here. We'll continue to count them. Again, Republicans favored to take the House majority, but you're looking at this map right now, Jake, and it is incredibly competitive. The Democrats fighting tenaciously, at least to limit that.
That's right, John. And we have some more projections for you for the U.S. Senate. CNN projects in Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray will hold on to her seat, defeating a challenge from Republican Tiffany Smiley. Patty Murray, Senator Patty Murray, reelected, CNN projects. And then just south of Washington, in Oregon, CNN projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Ron Wyden will defeat a challenge from Jo Rae Perkins. So that's 2 Democratic seats held on. Where does that leave us in the balance of power? Obviously, 100 seats. Right now, we have Democrats with 46 of them, Republicans with 46 of them. 8 seats remaining. Remember, Republicans just need to pick up one net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. Right now, it's 46-46. And John King, big picture. Let's look at the U.S. Senate here. We have 48 Democrats leading, one in a Republican seat. That's Pennsylvania. 49 Republicans leading, one in a Democratic seat. That's Georgia.
Right. And so
Let's come back to this. Let's listen to Pennsylvania's governor here.
Profound love for this Commonwealth, a love of freedom. And they've shown the grit and determination and willingness to work for it every single day.
It's almost like he's trying to channel his Ron DeSantis a little bit.
But while my name was on the ballot, it was always your rights. It was always your futures that were on the line right here in the Commonwealth. And indeed, I believe this governor's race was a test of each of us to decide what kind of Commonwealth, what kind of country that we want to live in. It was a test.
All right, we got a little bit of widening again for Fetterman. Not looking great for Oz here, although again, still that rural area. Let's go ahead and take a look at that rural area because I think this is going to be one of those races that if Oz can pull it off, it's going to be and the same thing for Walker. If they can pull off a Republican win here, you could pretty much confirm a Senate controlled by Republicans. But let's see what we got here. So where are some low votes? I mean, it really looks like most of these areas are 85% plus in, 95%. Here we go. We've got a Beaver County, 77% in, voting for Oz. Lower population Erie County over here. Pretty dang split. All right, what do we have here? Center County, 95% votes in, 76% in for Fetterman over Oz, and is that Dauphin County? Lehigh County, you've got Fetterman just crushing Oz. Over here on the coast, like Philadelphia, seems like Oz has like no votes. Look at that. Fetterman at 81% versus Oz at 18%. Just getting destroyed in Philadelphia. All of this East Coast right here. He's just not doing well. Much more clearly liberal over here on this side. Much more blue. Okay. Let's see here. If we've got any latest. Arizona's still sitting at 50%. Coming in a little slow here. A little slow for Arizona. 86% here. Walker's still ahead by about 700 votes. Not much. Got another percent over here. And still about now 60, 65, 66,000 votes apart between Fetterman and Oz. Widening again in favor of Fetterman. Let's look at the needle again. Remember, if you have questions or want a custom bundle for the programs on building your wealth, including building your revenue now via the new course on Elite Hustlers, make sure to email Kevin at meetkevin.com. Needle at 74%. But yeah, we'll take care of you. Kevin at meetkevin.com if you got bundle requests or questions about those courses and that Black Friday code link down below. Republican odds at 85 cents for the House in 2022. Senate, 76 cents Democrat. Does not look like there's a lot of optimism for Republicans to be able to take the Senate. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it would be quite wild if Democrats kept control of everything. We'll see what ends up happening. That would probably be the worst case scenario for stocks, at least in the short term. Let's see how things are moving actually right now. So we'll start with BTC. BTC actually up 18.335, roughly about where we left it. Kemp fends off Stacey Abrams for a second term in Georgia. Dow futures down 0.17, S&P futures down 0.11, NASDAQ futures positive by about 0.01, kind of nothing. Yield slightly up. All right, let's hop on over here.
It's essentially tracking the presidential race in Cobb County.
Yeah, no big red wave here. It could have been some complacency, honestly.
7 points higher.
He gets 48. This is one of those counties, again, if you go back.
California passing a ballot initiative enshrining abortion rights in the state constitution.
2018 election, the suburbs made Nancy Pelosi Speaker. 2020, they made Joe Biden president. You come forward to the Senate race here. That is the challenge of our time. Without Donald Trump, can Republicans become more competitive in the suburbs? In Brian Kemp's Georgia, the answer is yes. For him, not so much for Herschel Walker.
Where did Newt Gingrich represent, former Republican Speaker? of the
Right
House?
up in this area.
That's what I thought.
The lines have been drawn so much, but you're in the
But
same,
in the
right,
same general
right out
area.
here,
That's
right.
what I thought. Okay.
So finally, we're looking at Gwinnett County. They have counted at this point about
going the wrong way.
30% of the votes. They are saying they will not wrap up by midnight tonight. So we're waiting to see exactly when they're going to wrap up. But of course, these are all counties that are leaning Democrat. So obviously that is going to perhaps shift things as we see these numbers coming in.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
And so to that point, just, 56% estimated vote counted in Gwinnett, right? It's the second largest county in the state. It's just shy of 9% of the vote. And so that's why, number one, it matters when it comes to, it's a Democratic county. Warnock will get more votes. The question is, will he keep that margin, the big margin he has now? So that you watch these come in and you go up from here, right? If you keep this margin in the places where there are more votes, you're gonna move up. Again, I just want to come back.
Lindsey Graham's on midterms. Definitely not a Republican wave. That's for darn sure, he says.
In more Republican areas where there's a lot of votes out. The larger the circle means the largest share of the votes out. And you say these little, they look almost like polka dots. Well, they don't matter, but they do. They do when you're running up margins like that, right? When you're running up margins like that. And so if you keep getting, it's a tiny.
That's 8,000 votes.
Right. Right. It's 8,000 votes there. So if you add a couple hundred or a couple dozen even in a close race, it matters, which is why this is a state. You can look at things, you can have trends. The campaign headquarters are going through precinct by precinct. You look at a race this close with that much left to count. This is why you brew coffee.
Biden only won the state by under 12,000 votes in 2020. David Chalian, you have some more information at the Battleground Desk about where the outstanding vote is.
Yeah, or the kind of vote that is outstanding. And it gets to the margin issue as well that John was just talking about. So again, we break it down: mail vote, early in-person vote, election day vote. I want to note something here. So let me bring in the uncounted vote. Among the mail vote, about a quarter of the mail vote is still out, and that is a 36.5% advantage category for Raphael Warnock. So that's significant because a quarter of it is still out. He also has an 8.4% advantage among early in-person voting, but there's very little left of that to count. Here is what I find super interesting. Herschel Walker's margin of success over Warnock with election day voters is now at about 19.1%, a little bit lower than we had seen earlier. And there was a
BTC dropping a little bit at the moment, now down to 18.25.
guys. Now it's down to 28.4% that remains to be counted. And I want to remind everyone, I'm going to click off here the election day vote. These two categories of early vote, the mail, early in person combined, we expect to be the larger share of the overall vote. We expect that to make up about 61% of the overall vote. The election
Walker now about 1,200 ahead of Warnock.
Warnock by about 19% now with the election day vote. That we expect at the end of the
That's a little different from what we have here on the CNN screen. It looks like 58. Actually, it looks like CNN has the latest data, actually. A little bit earlier than the New York Times chart here.
Look, David's point about the proportion, right? So the bulk of the vote that's out, the larger slice, Warnock's getting the bigger margins, and then you see the size of the circles of where geographically in the state it is. That's why if you're in the Warnock campaign, you never want to be behind. But there's plenty of votes here. By the proportions David just laid out with the early voting and the mail votes, if it continues, if they continue to come in as disproportionately Democratic as they are now, and you see the size of the circles, meaning the share of where he's got the margin, the percentages of the different kinds of votes, and then you say, where are they coming from? And you look at this, this is not over. This is not over. And they're both below 50, by the way, now. We'll see when it comes in.
I have something I want to talk to you about with Pennsylvania, but before we do that, I'm going to throw it to Anderson Cooper whose august panel wants to chew over all of what we've been doing here.
We finished chewing on the pizza. We're now ready to chew on this, and God knows what else we've been chewing on. There's a lot of food here. Gloria, I mean, this is not the night a lot of Democrats worried about, a lot of Republicans hoped for. It may be different tomorrow in the morning or in the late afternoon or the next day, but tonight it looks different than a lot of people thought.
People are voting. And it seems to me, from looking at this so far, that they're voting on their candidates. They're actually saying, I think this person would be a better senator than that other person. And I think, this House member would be better than another one. It just
Looking at the needles, we're at 75% chance of Republican control for the House.
I'm going to vote straight Republican, or we don't see a lot of ticket splitting historically in this country. I know the state of Montana is kind of famous for that, but other than that, we don't see that a lot. And I think what we're seeing tonight is people doing that. I mean, look at look at the state of New Hampshire, for example. You have very popular Republican incumbent governor, and then people elected, and he was up for re-election, Sununu, and then you had Maggie Hassan winning for Senate. So people were splitting their tickets, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I would just say, like everyone talked about this early on, democracy's on the ballot.
ABC is calling Alabama's Senate race for Katie Britt. Will be filling the seat held by Richard Shelby, who's retiring after 35 years. NBC. Okay, we already covered that. Me. All right. Let's keep going.
I'm a lot less optimistic than I was at the beginning of this evening, but it's a night that's it's changing, and we're going to see. We talked about this too. What the number Kevin McCarthy has, under 20. We're talking. People thought maybe 30. Right. If we get 20, I think Republicans will be happy to walk away with a net gain of 20 and take their ball and go home tomorrow.
I think I'm sorry. Man. Well, I think that big sound that you hear is Democrats having a big sigh of relief across the country because people woke up scared this morning. People said, "My God, we've got these election deniers. We've got these people who are winking and nodding at insurrectionists. We've got people who we are afraid if they get in there, they're going to do terrible things, and we're just going to get steamrolling." That was the fear this morning.
I got to say, Vin, you were the person for days, saying, you were the person for days saying the people I'm talking to on the ground are knocking on the doors, are telling me they're optimistic about what
exactly. When you were listening to the people on the doors and on the ground, what happened was people got scared of those Republican polls saying that this big tidal wave was coming, and people said, "Heck no!" But you know what? And let me just, you get your turn. I'll give my turn. And Obama.
I will say Arizona is, from what I'm reading, looking to be a very big toss-up. That's going to be a while before we get Arizona's info. So that's in terms of all the data. So that's interesting. Super tight, obviously, on the Walker Warnock, and it doesn't look like Dr. Oz is going to make it. Someone here asking, question, who guides the gerrymandering, red versus blue, money or local power? Well, I mean, in most states, the legislature determines that. And the problem with the legislature is, most often you have commissions that make recommendations, and they're kind of like, here, just vote on this. And commissions can be, they're supposed to be independent, but they're often, of course, there's typically influence, whether that's indirectly or directly through lobbyists or whatever. It's a giant mess. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, generally it would be the legislature in most states. I'd say close to 40 states. This is John Fetterman ahead by about 60,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 82% in. And Georgia, 86% in, but I think CNN had this moved up to 86% in. Yeah, they had this moved up to 88% in. Still a little bit of a Walker lead there. Democrat Governor Blumenthal defeats Republican challenger for race for Senate seat in Connecticut, staying Democratic up here. Blumenthal. Getting cold. Getting cold. All right. See here how those sticks. The Needle, 74% chance, down from 75% again. Going to the predicted betting markets. What do we have over here? We have 86% on Republicans taking the House. Oops. 77 on Democratic control of the Senate. And that's obviously what we're paying pretty close attention to in a few of these races. Let's make sure we have the latest here. Not quite. Let me see if I can get Bloomberg to give us a little bit more of the latest on the Senate. Yeah, because Walker, yeah, we got 88%. Walker at 49.2. Warnock at 48.8. Senate over here. What do we have? We have, yeah, here we got 87% reported, similar to what we see. Yeah, and again, 62,900 votes more for Fetterman over Oz. 900 vote lead by Walker. And right now, Kelly is substantially leading Masters, but this is another place, even though right now it seems like it's a slam dunk for Dems, it's actually being considered one of the toss-up states, so we'll see. Looks like we just got a little bit more data over here for Fetterman. Oh, okay. No, nothing new. All right. Let's keep listening on in.
This is the time that the Republican Party needs to ask themselves, are they going to continue to nominate poor quality candidates to appease Donald Trump? He's right now over on his Truth Social site celebrating the demise of Republicans who lost, criticizing Don Bolduc, a bad candidate. Maggie Hassan was a beatable candidate. That could have been a pickup for Republicans, but solely because of Donald Trump, he ended up being the nominee. He's celebrating O'Day, a moderate, losing in Colorado. If you want the Republican Party to thrive, we've got to just finally speak out and say, this man is a loser. He lost 2020. He's about to, he's losing his seats that were winnable this time, in time to look toward what the future might look like.
Is there another lesson here also, which is that people are kind of sick of both parties in so many ways?
See ya,
the
JG.
fact that it wasn't declarative one way or another, again, we don't know all the results, but the people are just saying, look, I'm going to look at this candidate because, yeah, the Democrats, I don't like the way they've handled the economy. But, the Republicans are threatening democracy, and maybe they're figuring, you know what? I don't like any of these guys. I'm going to just vote for the candidate.
I think the ticket splitting is encouraged. I got to go to Boris Sanchez for a projection.
Yeah, Jake, two important projections to bring you, beginning with the race in New York. This race got very close in polling at the end, but in actuality, when the votes were counted, it wasn't very close at all. Incumbent Democrat Kathy Hochul winning her first full term in office. She took over, of course, for disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo after he resigned. She defeats Congressman Lee Zeldin to win a first full term in the state of New York. Next, an update for you from the state of Minnesota. Tim Walz, the incumbent Democrat, projected to win re-election there against Scott Jensen, a physician who made some dubious claims about the COVID-19 vaccine. Two Democratic incumbents holding on to the governor's mansion in those two.
Now, by the way, leaning 75% House control Republicans.
Thank you so much, Boris. Well, on New York, this was a place that President Biden went more than once, where people were looking and saying, is this a situation where high crime, concern about the economy will actually do in a Democrat in a very blue state? And the answer tonight is no.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those issues were very real in this race. I think it was maybe closer than the Democrats wanted it to be. But at the end of the day, the fundamentals of the state of New York kicked in here, and Kathy Hochul is now an elected governor of that state.
Democrats, Seth, expected to win U.S. House seat in Rhode Island second. That is, and was a Democratic seat. Fetterman now with 82% of the vote, still a good 65% spread there. Looks like that's probably going to go D here. And that's now being listed as very likely Democrat for Fetterman. Still a toss-up in Georgia. It's really going to come down to what ends up happening in Arizona. It's going to be a hot minute, though, until those numbers come in. We'll see what numbers come in just 8 minutes at midnight East Coast, 9 a.m. Cali time.
We thought they were going to, and Lee Zeldin beat Kathy Hochul up on the issue of crime.
If there was some split ticket voting here, as people going in and saying, you know, top line here, this is what I care about, inflation, economy.
Yeah, all right.
The elected
they've
governor.
been talking the same nonsense.
Finally.
Oh, great.
Is Janet Mills. She was facing a challenge from former Republican Governor Paul LePage, who likes to call himself Trump before there was Trump. Janet Mills has beaten Trump before there was Trump. Paul LePage falls short in his challenge. Janet Mills is reelected in the great state of Maine. And now here's the characterization change. This is the Minnesota governor's race. This is still described as too early to call. This is incumbent Democrat Tim Walz facing Republican Scott Jensen. It's still too early to call, but Tim Walz is described as being in the lead in this Minnesota governor's race. Chris, you wanted to jump in and ask Steve something, and I stopped you from doing it because I had to do that.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
first of all, that was remarkable, and I don't think I know anything in the world as well as Steve knows the House races.
Yeah.
Like,
Corey, we got big news.
yeah. Okay. Should we go to you then?
Oh, I was talking to control.
Oh, here's what I want to say.
I'm going to go talk to the control room. I'll be right back. I am. Goodbye.
Here's what I wanted to ask you. I think at this point in the evening, am I correct that Elaine Luria is the only Democratic incumbent defeated by a Republican challenger we've called? Malinowski right now looking pretty dicey. But at 11:54, I think we've got one Democratic incumbent ousted by a Republican challenger
in the House.
Right. And here's what I can tell you now. Our decision desk has been watching all of these districts that I've been running through here, running a model, trying to come up with a projection for how the House will ultimately end up. And the decision desk is now ready to release its model for the House. Now, I want you to remember, control of the House is 218 seats. Our decision desk's model that they've just released within the last minute is that the Republicans will end up with 219 seats.
But look,
plus
this is important.
Or minus 13. What? So this is essentially landing in our model as a tie at the moment, as close as you could get to a tie for House control in our model at midnight on election night. So all of those different tiers that I'm showing you right now and all of the trends that are emerging in the counties and the districts that have been called or where we have partial results,
This is like the stupidest projection model I've ever heard of in my life. Okay, guys, our model has a projection. It's a toss-up. That was the most worthless hype ever. So you need 218. You need 218 to have control. And they're like, guys, we have the model. It's going to be 219 Republicans with a margin of error of 13. I'm like, what is he going to say? Margin of error of like 1 or 2, right? No, 13. I'm like, why do you even bother? So stupid.
Who will control the House?
I can't officially make that call for the decision desk, but
because your decision desk doesn't even have a model that does anything. It's stupid. My son Jack could make a model that's better than 219 plus or minus 13.
They're targeting, and these California races, it's extremely hard to fathom a scenario where any close race in California, any remotely close race in California is called tonight, especially given what the stakes have now landed at in terms of House control. So again, we said at the start of the night, I think it was the start of the night, that if we landed in a position where Democrats actually had a chance at controlling the House of Representatives, and that would mean landing with 220, 221 seats, something like that, it would necessarily come down to California, to defending their vulnerable seats in California, and to picking off the vulnerable Republicans or the potentially vulnerable Republicans in California. And that process.
Could you imagine House control coming down to California?
2018 midterms, if you can. If you remember, that blue wave in 2018 grew by a substantial number of seats in the weeks after the November election as the vote count progressed in California. So we have election season getting underway in California, where you're going to get incremental updates in these districts. Every day you're going to get a couple thousand votes, different counties, different, it's going to be uneven and it's going to take a while.
While MSNBC can't figure it out, New York Times is actually pushing for 76% control here. And it does look like we just got another update from Edison Research, now suggesting that Republicans have picked up 4 seats previously held by Democrats, 100 yet to be called. That's down from 5 where they were earlier. Net 4 now House seats to Republicans. Let's go take a look and see if we've gotten any more data from the Warnock race. And still said, Warnock now behind by about, this is a little spread we got here, 2,200 plus 6,800 about here. That Herschel Walker's ahead. Fetterman, I think that's almost over here. Well, 82% in. Well, I guess you can't really call it yet. That's still Fetterman 50 to 48% with a spread of good spread here, about 60,000 ish. You've got Ron Johnson, Republican, Wisconsin. This is a toss-up state, okay? 79% of votes in, 51%. If Republicans can get Wisconsin and then like even one of these, Pennsylvania and Georgia, it's going to be interesting. Still waiting for votes over here in Arizona. We got a House control. Let's see how those House races are looking. Very, very, very low results here from California on these House races. Let's see what the likelies or the toss-ups are. Let's do that. Let's jump over to the House forecast and our key House races. Yeah, we can see these over here. California's 13th, leaning Dem. New York 18, Penn 7. Yeah, about 3 of them. 3 of the toss-ups are Cali. Hey, every seat matters at this point, especially when they tell us it's plus or minus 13 over MSNBC. That was such a joke. All right, come on, 9 o'clock. Do we get some numbers yet?
Approval rating for Clinton of nearly 70% and Democratic gains in that midterm election. And in 2002, George W. Bush carried a 63% approval rating into the election. Remember, it was a year after 9/11. There's a lot of unity behind Bush in the nation, and Republicans managed a gain of 8 seats in the House in 2002. Joe Biden's approval rating in our poll, and in just about every other poll, it's right around this coming into this election, is 44%. Donald Trump's approval rating in 2018, when his party lost 40 seats, was 45% in our poll. Barack Obama's approval rating when his party lost 63 seats in 2010 was about 43%. Bill Clinton's approval rating when his party lost 54 seats in 1994 was 46%. Biden's number, his approval rating, was right in the range where presidents are when their party takes it on the chin in midterm elections. And you compound that with the attitude towards the economy that is coming through in every poll. I know it's in our exit poll, there's a tighter margin there between economy and abortion, but economy still ranks number 1. And the mood on the economy in our final NBC poll was 81% of voters expressing dissatisfaction with the state of the economy. The context for that was the last time that number was that high was 2009, 2010. It was the prelude to Barack Obama and the Democrats getting absolutely clobbered in the 2010 midterm.
All right. So you've got, I want to just mention here on Predict It, 83% chance now of Democratic control, or it's at least at 83 cents, I should say. And Republicans over here at 77 cents in House. That 77 cents is the lowest I've seen yet for the potential of House control. The New York Times keeps pushing up that potential House control in the needle slightly. 89% now in Georgia over here. Herschel Walker up by about 9,000. And Oz, whoa, that closed in a little bit here by about 49,000 spread now. It did close in. Oz just got a nice little data dump in his favor. Let's see. Let's jump on over to the needles. 75% chance here on Republican control for House, but starting to lean a little Democrat here on the potential for Senate control.
Not have been motivated based on all those poll numbers we showed to vote for the Democratic Party of Joe Biden, to vote for Biden's policies, to vote for what Democrats are. But you may also be motivated to keep the Republicans from getting power. You may be motivated by, this kept coming up in our polling, this label, threats to democracy, as an issue that voters were concerned about. In our polling, it was overwhelmingly Democratic voters who were giving that answer. I think one of the questions raised by these results is the looming presence of Donald Trump. His fingerprints are all over so many of these Republican candidacies. He was in the news on election morning talking about potentially running for president again in 2024. If that's in the minds of Democratic inclined voters who aren't that nuts about Joe Biden, that might motivate them to come out and vote. That might have motivated them to come out and vote in this election. But this is looking like, in terms of the turnout and in terms of the polarization and in terms of this House result, it's almost looking like a mini presidential election. It looks like almost identical polarization.
Chris, I know you want to jump in here. I do need to give a couple of characterizations here before we are able to move on. At this hour, NBC News can project a winner in the governor's race in Minnesota. The Democratic incumbent Tim Walz has been reelected in the Minnesota governor's race. We've also just had polls close in Hawaii. In the Hawaii U.S. Senate race, we've got a Democratic incumbent, Brian Schatz, facing a Republican challenge from Bob McDermott. This is too early to call, but Schatz is leading. In the Hawaii governor's race, the Hawaii governor's race at this hour is too early to call, but we can say the Democratic candidate, Josh Green, is leading in the Hawaii governor's race. We also have a statewide race to tell you about that's of national interest in Michigan. The Secretary of State, the incumbent Democratic Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, was facing a challenge from a very, very right-wing pro-Trump candidate on the Republican side named Christina Caramo. Jocelyn Benson has been reelected. The incumbent will stay as Secretary of State in the great state of Michigan. Chris.
just to absorb what Steve just said, right? I mean, I walked in here tonight. You look at the history. I was thinking in my head, consensus pick, House Republicans pick up 25 seats. And that would be a pretty good night for Democrats, right? 63 in 2010.
Yeah, I was thinking 40 was.
It was 53. Like that would, if you held it to 25, you would have overperformed history by quite a bit, right? Senate was a different story. When Steve says, look, here's what the history is, here's what the numbers are, there's some dark matter over here that's moving things around this electorate that doesn't look like the other electorate. I would submit Donald Trump is the dark matter, and the force field.
All right. So yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, it's so close, and tentatively, at least when we look at the needles, it's still suggesting suggesting that is this leaning towards Democrats in the Senate, and only 74% chance of Republican House. It's really, I mean, just imagine waking up tomorrow and Democrats still have full control. It could totally happen. And I think you're seeing a little bit of nervousness and some jitters in the futures market over that specific potential. You've got, Dow, actually, we've seen a little bit, tiny little move to green, but it's pretty dang flat. NASDAQ's up about 0.25% in futures. Dow's negative by 0.05. We saw a lot more red just maybe about 10 minutes ago. Yields up about 1 basis point. So, okay, a little mix there. Bitcoin 18.2. Let's see if we got any more insight here when we look on the map on some of those close Senate races. So no data yet from Arizona. Oregon's called. Pennsylvania, 84% in. Still a good 50, 60, 64,000 lead over here by Fetterman, again pulling ahead. And only a 900 vote lead by Walker. 11-11 here. Looking for a midterm market prediction after the settles. Yeah, I mean, it's who knows? I mean, if Democrats win all positions here, you know, that 21% corporate tax rate comes back on the table. Or remove, like raising the corporate tax rate, that comes back on the table. Like elections have consequences. This is potentially a big night, right? Corporate tax rates go up during this kind of disaster of a market. And remember, if Dems get 52 seats, they'd actually be able to pass stuff without Manchin and Sinema. Oh my gosh, they would love that. Democrats would love, that's the dream scenario, is not have to worry about Manchin and Sinema. All right. Let's listen in here.
This kind of scenario.
You know, I was sitting here thinking, I was with Kevin the day he withdrew from the last speaker's race. One of the darkest days for those of us that are friends with Kevin. So I think he would take the speakership no matter the margin. It is true that his life would be more difficult with a smaller margin, although Jim Jordan is unquestionably the leader of what people call the Freedom Caucus. He's not the chair, but he's the leader. And he's in line to be the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee because he and Kevin do have a good relationship. The other thing that has not been mentioned is the committee composition. The smaller the margin, the smaller your majority on the committees. And the reason we know Justin Amash's name and David Schweikert is because they voted against Paul Ryan's budget, and Boehner punished them for that. So you don't want a one-vote majority on the Budget Committee or Appropriations Committee. You want 3 or 4 votes, so the fame-seeking caucus loses its influence. Look, Kevin will take the speakership no matter the number. His life is easier if it's 15 to 20 than if it's 5 to 10.
Welcome Juan Williams back to the panel. Juan, there's a lot of bright spots for Democrats tonight to look at. Obviously, Republicans focus on Florida. Since Reconstruction, there has not been a time when Florida doesn't have any Democrats in statewide office. Florida is looking more like Arkansas tonight than it is like Florida of old. So how do you judge what you're seeing in some of these races and the result down in Florida?
Well, first, let me just say in response to Trey that and I guess a little bit to you too, Kellyanne, I just don't see Kevin McCarthy as Nancy Pelosi. And I think Chad Pergram.
Neither do I.
I just don't see that
we
happening.
agree.
I just don't see it.
He's not going to spend money that.
Yeah, he's not going to. He's not. The prowess, the ability to get something done with a narrow margin, I think is much more difficult. I think that's why we went through Paul Ryan, John Boehner, and others in trying to do that with the Republican caucus. And it's proven very difficult. So it's quite a challenge. I wish him the best, but that's quite a challenge.
Well, how much is he going to be able to do anyway? I mean, he's got if they only win one house, nobody's going to be able to do much of anything.
He's going to be able to block
Everybody.
things.
That's a problem for Joe Biden, though.
And
That's
it is
mainly
a problem
yes,
for Joe
it is.
Biden.
I mean, he's going to become irrelevant almost immediately, and there's going to be a reckoning in his party as to whether they can even have him run for re-election. He wants to. Why not?
No, but wait a second. How is he irrelevant? Wait a minute. He got a lot of his legislative agenda done in the first 2 years. He is going to, if the Senate holds, let's say it's a 50-50, he still gets the judges. He still gets to make an effort in terms of countering efforts, a lot of them coming from Freedom Caucus people, to stop aid to the Ukraine. This is a bigger fight.
Yeah, Josh?
This is going to be a big headache for Kevin McCarthy. This is looking like a ripple, not a wave. And the margin that McCarthy's going to have is going to be.
Hey, Marcos, welcome aboard. Yeah, so one of the things that we're seeing is exactly this idea of like, okay, hey, if this comes down to California, if Republicans don't pull off any seats that they need to get control of the Senate and they lose the Senate. Not that they had it, but they don't get the Senate, I should say. And then it comes down to a tight race in California, which is potentially going to lean, more Democratic. This is not over. There is a real potential of Democrats holding full control. Markets might not like that. Might not. We'll see. They want gridlock. We're not seeing gridlock just yet.
From 2020 was, it used to be when there were liberals or certainly moderates in some number in the Republican caucus and centrists in the Democratic caucus, that the control by one party or the other was not always what it seemed to be.
Right.
Because you could pick up votes from the other side on certain issues and you could build coalitions back and forth. As polarized as we are now, you don't see that anymore. What you see is party line votes, basically. And, some people, you'll pick up a few votes maybe, but it isn't the way it used to be. So we had this very narrow win for the Democrats to get control of Congress this last time. They had control of the House. They got control of the Senate by the narrowest conceivable margin. And what did Joe Biden do with that? He said, mandate, right? I got a mandate. I'm going to be FDR. I'm going to out Obama. And that is what led him to the agenda that he pursued, and to the situation where he and his party find themselves now, losing control of the House. And if they lose it narrowly and hold the Senate, I think he's going to say mandate.
Yeah.
Well, mandate for what? He can't do that.
Well, I know that, but the question has always been what kind of adjustment would he make if he lost control of one or both houses of the Congress? If it goes this way, he will be less incentivized, in my view, to change, to adjust in the way, for example, Bill Clinton famously did.
Yeah, I think, and in fact, I think that there's pressure on him to do some adjusting. Earlier in the evening, Brett Baier was saying to me, what about a statement from the president? And I think that now, it seems to me, he really has to speak to the country. One of the things that came to mind as you were talking, Britt, is
the question here. Any thoughts on why the red wave hasn't materialized? I don't know. Sometimes you get markets or voters or pollers or whatever that believe something is certainly going to happen. I think everybody thought, oh, for sure, Republicans are going to win something, either the House or Senate. And unfortunately, sometimes that can actually dissuade people from actually getting out and voting, because they're like, okay, all right, the Republican's going to win. And, you could potentially see people not vote who would have otherwise made a difference. And then the election results come out different. It's like, you can't trust the polls. You just learn that election after election. If you want to have a say, you need to go vote. Herschel Walker now with 89% in, sitting again at a 900% or 900 vote lead only. That's been bobbing around. The lead over here for Fetterman shrunk, 86% in, still though about 46,000 ahead. It's going to come down to, and then Wisconsin. Wisconsin leaned heavy here towards Ron Johnson, incumbent. Democrats really wanted to take that seat in Wisconsin, and they didn't get it. So at least that's what it looks like right now. You have Pennsylvania. Okay, we said, yeah. So these two Senate races are going to be big. Pennsylvania, Georgia. We could end up getting a runoff, which will be pretty wild. Edison. Okay, wow. Edison research projects that Republicans have picked up a net 3 House seats. It's going the wrong way now. Wow. Yeah. Let me show you this. 9, 16, net 3 House seats. Look at this. On screen now, you can see my iPad where I'm kind of tracking this. And at 6:44, or I should say about 5:30, they said Republicans had 3 net seats. Then it went to 4 net seats at 6:44, 5 net seats at 7:35, 4. So now going back down, 4 at 8:58, and at 9:16 only 3. They need 6. Not good. Not so good. Very interesting. And that data just now out. So a lot. I mean, there's no clear answer as to whether or not we're actually going to get gridlock. These are just ridiculously close, and the numbers are coming in so slowly. Anything could change. Wild. All right, listen in.
But Cobb's got a bunch out.
Those are the big counties around Atlanta.
Big counties around Atlanta. But then you go out in the hinterlands and you start to get to some counties that that
Shall we go purple? I mean, it's after midnight. Okay, so Carl, this is what you were just talking about, Greater Atlanta.
Here's a quick update. The GOP flipped 6 House seats. Democrats have flipped 2. So that's a net gain of 4 so far for Republicans, but it ain't over yet. And again, they need 6.
One moment here, but hey,
look at that.
Yeah, we looked at this a moment ago too. Yeah, you're right. You're under 40% of the estimated vote coming in there. Yeah, okay, all right. So you mentioned Gwinnett. We were well below 61% an hour ago. Now we're above 60%. So it appears they're counting votes. I know another network reported that they were done for the night. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if we've confirmed that at all. Gwinnett's got a lot of people, right? DeKalb, this is just east of downtown Atlanta. You're not even at 75% just yet. So point taken, Cobb County, northwest of the city, you're at 72%. So yeah, I mean, we come back to the same thing we talked about, an hour ago. These counties here that surround Atlanta help determine statewide races. And right now there's still some outstanding vote. Can I show you guys something?
Yep, we got a call in just a minute, but go
okay,
ahead.
I'm going to do it quickly here. Texas-Mexican border. It's a bit of a stunner, right? Henry Cuellar has won. Looks like he's going to win re-election. We got a check mark by him. Big disappointment for Cassie Garcia here in Texas 15. Republicans felt really good about Monica de la Cruz. Looks like they're going to win that race here. This is Mayra Flores. She won that special election a couple months ago. Right now, she's trailing by 8 points in Texas 34, which is down here in Galveston. If I can do one more, guys, there were 10 Republicans in the House who voted to impeach Donald Trump. There are 2 who still have a job today. One is Dan Newhouse up here in the state of Washington. Well, look at that. He has been confirmed. He will go back to Washington, Newhouse in that district in the state of Washington. And down here in California, as the votes trickle in here now, this is California 22, a new district for David Valadao. Come with me here for a second. Come on. We almost had it here, guys. New district for Valadao. Right now, he has a slight lead with 21% reporting. You could have 2 Republicans who voted for impeachment fighting for their political life tonight, and you could have them both survive in this election.
That's really fascinating. All right, we've got another call.
We do. We have Washington, which has been a very closely watched race, and Patty Murray will return to Washington, D.C. This will be her 6th term. She was elected back in 1988. Tiffany Smiley was definitely someone who Republicans were excited about, thought that this could be an upset in a part of the country that normally does not see any, significant red support. And she, I think was a person who was inspiring to a lot of people. Her husband was blinded on duty in Iraq, and she worked hard to help him rehabilitate. And he became, an active duty blind serviceman, which before that had not happened. So she, is somebody who may have a future in politics, and she held up, fairly well and gave it a good race. But Patty Murray has prevailed. A lot of money went into this race late in the game.
All right, we have another call here, and that is the Fox News Decision Desk can call Utah for Senator Mike Lee. He will win convincingly in Utah. This was considered to be close at one time. Independent Evan McMullin, who was really getting supported from the Democrats and all kinds of Democratic money going into that race. And this is a win for Senator Mike Lee, who returns to the Senate. This is obviously a hold. And so with that and these 2 race calls, where is our balance of power in the Senate? Well, 47-47. Majority is 51. Remember, we started the night at 50-50 with Kamala Harris, the vice president, breaking the tie.
Warnock just flipped. Georgia. 90% in.
6 white squares. We will continue to look for those 6 white squares after this.
Wow. And Fetterman still about that 40,000 ahead. Holy smokes. Now, Ron Johnson's going to get the Senate here. That's the expectation. Ron Johnson's going to get Wisconsin, but Democrats are going to get Pennsylvania and possibly Georgia here, or we'll get a runoff. We could end up having a runoff election December 6th, and then you're going to have Donald Trump and everybody pushing for December 6th to determine which way control goes. And that actually means we might not have a decision unless, of course, the House control is determined. If the House control gets determined, then it doesn't matter. Okay, Jeff is saying CNN might have them at 92%. Let me see here. I actually like the CNN tracker on the left where they show how many seats you need. Republicans need 1 Democratic seat to gain control of the Senate. Republicans need 22 competitive seats to get control of the House. This is not the night Republicans had hoped for, but tomorrow could look different as votes are still being counted. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, it's definitely not a slam dunk. Let's see if we can get a little bit more detail here in Georgia. Georgia, we are at 92%. There's Walker in the lead again by about 15,000 votes. So you are getting a little bit of a back and forth. Let's go to Pennsylvania, 39,500 votes ahead. And Wisconsin, Johnson, the incumbent, leading. Now, we're really getting slow numbers here, very slow numbers for Arizona, which that's going to be very important. And then, of course, if we jump to the House seats, pretty important for California. But we'll see. Let's look at the sticks, the needles. Excuse me. By the way, after this, feel free to email me at kevin@meetkevin.com if you have any questions about joining any of the courses, the member bundle code, the Black Friday coupon code, the Elite Hustlers course, or of course, that's again, Elite Hustlers is Path to Wealth and Hustlers together. That's all about building your income, and the other courses are about building your wealth with either real estate investing, property management, rental renovation, stocks, you name it. Needle here, 73% chance of Republican control in the forecast here for the House. So still greater chance that the Republicans are going to get something, but we're at 78 cents on Democratic control for the Senate. And if we go to House, we're actually up to 84 cents that Republicans are going to get the House. So it looks like with some of those numbers coming in from California, there's some enthusiasm that Republicans are going to be able to pull through a couple seats. All right. Yeah. Well, BTC 18.2. And if we look at futures, we're sitting at green S&P by 7.07. NASDAQ up about 0.25%. Down futures down about 0.05. Bond yields roughly flat. TBD on control, though, where we're going to go. Let's listen in over here for a little bit.
Change as we go into the night. And in fact, we have been told by the Maricopa County Elections Division to expect changes. They are going to be working through the night, and that they do anticipate that by Friday, they will have 99% of the vote counted. We could be in for a long ride here, especially when we're talking about the governor's race. We have now heard from both candidates for governor here in the state of Arizona. Very different messages here. The Democrat, Katie Hobbs, did issue a statement, and she came out to talk to people at her watch party, thanking those who work for her, but also defending the sanctity of the election process here.
We're not going to get an answer. Oh, jeez. Yeah, 92% on Georgia here still, and 88% there on Penn, with Fetterman 35,000 votes ahead. That's narrowing a little bit. Still 52% on Arizona. Max, where's your application, man? Where's your intern application? Looking for interns at metkevin.com/jobs. Max, you're in here every day, but I don't see a video from you. Yeah, what happens to green stocks tomorrow? I don't know that we're gonna have an answer. I mean, I'll be up early. I'll be up in about 6 hours, and we'll see what's going on. Yeah, but this is a little boring right now because we're not getting updates. At least everything's still just too close. Numbers are just coming in too slowly here. Mitch McConnell. That's interesting. If Republicans take the Senate, Mitch McConnell will come back to Senate Majority Leader. Who remembers McConnell? McConnell. Oh, man. What did people always call him? The turtle? That was bad. Ugh, politics. So nasty. Anyway. When do interns start? Probably. I don't know. Probably. Actually, I'm not sure. We are working on figuring that out. It probably wouldn't be until after Thanksgiving, but TBD. That could change. So I would stand by on that. Yeah. All right. Take a listen in over here.
Convince Republicans to get on his side. He had to shore up his base. He was fighting a lot of battles, including attack ads from the Democrats based on things that had happened in the past, allegations about abortions that he, of course, denied. And in fact, there were some Republicans that really weren't sure up until the last moment. I talked to a man in Newton, Georgia.
Eric just signed up for the Elite Hustlers University. Welcome aboard. We'll see you in there.
He went in to vote, and it really wasn't until a couple of days ago that he felt, okay, I made the right choice and I picked the right guy. But that's kind of what we've been hearing on the ground, on the trail here in Georgia. So now it's just a wait and see game to see if one of these candidates can actually break that 50% threshold and come out as a winner tonight.
Aisha, thank you so much. I know there's a bar around there somewhere.
I know. It's like, I've never heard of a candidate saying, like, we only have the ballroom until 12.
8 seats left to determine control of the Senate.
You're conditioned to think we're going to for a runoff. So we might as well rent the place again tomorrow. Let's go to Alex
not an
Hoff.
open bar
Alex, there never is, right?
Yes.
Alex Hoff is joining us now. She's at the Laxalt campaign headquarters in Nevada. Hi, Alex.
Hi, guys. Good to be with you. Yeah, still a whole lot of action here tonight and a clear air of excitement. And if you look at a place like Washoe County, you know why. That's very purple, highly populated, the second most so in the state. And it appears right now that Adam Laxalt has far exceeded expectations in a county like that. That's really up for grabs. You never know which way it's going to go. But when you look at these days.
All right. I'm bored. We're going to have to check back tomorrow. I will do an update first thing in the morning on where we stand, but right now we are still in a situation where Democrats could maintain control, and then the corporate tax rates could get hiked. You could see more pressures on oil companies and potentially more anti-monopoly or regulations or big tech regulations. So those are all possible things that could come onto the table here over the next couple years. Potentially more incentive policies for green energy, which could be good for green stocks, but especially with the perpetuation of that Inflation Reduction Act and the energy credits. If we get a Republican House, which could come down to California, or we get a Republican Senate, then we got gridlock for 2 years and we just kind of chill. So we'll see what happens. But I don't think continuing to watch the same thing right now until we get some actually more results, it's going to make a difference. And the fact of the matter is the suitcases tend to go to sleep for a little bit. So some more ballots can get stuffed. And then by tomorrow, we'll just magically have the answers. I'm kidding. But by the I would expect sometime by probably 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, certainly before CPI release on Thursday, we'll have more answers. So we'll see you then. Appreciate y'all. Remember, email kevin@meetkevin.com if you got questions about those courses. I'd love to have you. Seriously, and email me this. Tell me, why have you not joined yet? If you're thinking about it and you're like, I don't know, I haven't joined because of this. Not sure if, is it going to help me? Oh, I think I can find it on Google or whatever, like the information, which nobody ever says within the course because it's all unique. It's Kevin's perspective. I want to hear from you. So email me. I'll be reading them personally, kevin@meetkevin.com. Thanks. Goodbye, everyone, and Topo cheers.